God damn it.
Yeah, we had a lot of 10-10s and gunfires earlier.
Oh, wait, show me back 10-8. What were those shots fired by PD?
And my turn.
Alright. Clyde and I are in the middle of like 10 different situations at Legion.
10-4, we can assist if need be.
It will be raised to a 900. I just can't find the people that would.
10-4. Yeah, I get you.
So far, I'm having issues getting them responding now.
Yeah, I'm doing GTA right now. I haven't played this in a bit.
Charlie, where are you?
Over here. I'm coming to you.
Is this yours?
Alright, let's get that set up.
Gone for a month with the $10,000 payment.
Yeah.
Alright, let me see here. That should be good enough. I have to change the picture though.
Daddy?
Yeah.
I just checked my deck that I was dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I believe it. Why am I in trouble? Am I in trouble?
Yep.
Trouble?
Daddy, look, let me show you my cards.
That's why I'm drinking my coffee.
Let me show you my cards real quick. Here.
Hmm.
Actually, why am I showing you my deck? You're my opponent.
Yeah, I see.
Look, Daddy, let me show you my card. Let me just show you. Look.
I feel like I'm playing fucking Grand Theft Auto Online.
But did you get him?
I think so, yeah.
He's over this way. Got out of the car and ran.
We're good, it's just fucking...
I got him, he's
idiots.
over here.
Where are you?
Over here. Keep coming straight, go straight. Nope, turn around. It's on this corner over here. Yep, right here.
Yo, Lil J, what's up, bro? You getting on Call later, bro? You getting on that Call of Duty later? Call of Duty later. 593 is back 10-8. What is going on here, guys? Holy mackerel, the lights are being... Holy dear jeez, what is happening? Probably Night 3 here. I don't know if this is a local issue or if it's, we got somebody just intentionally just stealing vehicles and just running off.
Yeah, someone just ran me over a box truck.
Yep.
Hmm.
Shitlord Central.
10-4.
If you get their names, let me know. Yeah, if you get the names of anyone that is intentionally trying to VDM, RDM, anything that is clearly against the rules, please bring it to my attention because I cannot get the names of anyone.
Oh, Lord.
10-4. Should I turn on my X-ray vision? Alright, let's take a look and see what's going on here, guys.
Are you up?
I'm trying to find out his name.
Fine Night 3 here. It seems to be a fighting ring. Never knew that was actually a thing in the city. Do we have something like that under the highway bridge here by Strawberry Avenue?
Yep, it's a boxing. It's a legal job they can do.
Okay, 10-4. Just confirming. It's new to me. That's all.
I got him down over here.
Yep, 10-4. That was me.
Yo, come over to me. He's down next to the truck.
User joined your channel.
The heck?
His PayPal is Muggus cracked or something?
Yep, 10-4 took care of it.
Get him out of here.
That's one down.
511 going 1041, 108.
Who's in this vehicle? Oh,
It's
Gonzalez.
madness, dude.
Sorry, Gonzalez. It's Charlie. I'm playing a very good magic trick where I'm invisible.
Yeah, you're scaring me. Is this my inner self? Is it?
Yep.
Oh. I knew this day would come.
Yep. I'm your conscious. I already tried to tell.
So, Conscience, where are you? Oh, these are annoying. Let's get this car out of here, guys.
530's gonna be 10-6 to get body armor.
10-4.
Yeah. The locals have gone mad. Let's keep that off the charts. That's crazy. All right, well, we got to figure it out, guys. Mm-hmm.
Clyde, get back here.
Wait, where are you?
The car. Clyde, you're not Clyde. Fuck.
No, no, that's not me. Oh, I almost smacked the car. Man, you know, the locals are driving crazy, guys. Like, insane. Oh, cars going under the ground and everything. That's crazy. Oh, boy.
What away should we 10-7 approximately 2 mics?
I'm not through here. What's the situation with this vehicle? What the heck?
Right there to dispatch. We are currently being attacked by.
Oh!
Whoever's behind us can say it, please.
Copy that. Oh, yeah, I was wondering. Okay, yep, okay. I'll just be advised, we got a 1080 right now on Los Santos Freeway. We're heading in the eastbound direction. Suspect is driving erratical. We got multiple 1050s here. Looks like we're continuing on to the westbound direction. We're heading into East Los Santos here. And I told...
Give you the I'll ping Jordan on that.
Time for it. Really shouldn't be going this way, but hey. Which way did it go? Probably 1022 or code for that 1080.
Yeah, I lost eyes. I don't know where they
10-4. That was weird. Yeah.
What was the last known location?
The situation happened at Pillbox, and then it started to head northeast onto the highway, and suspect is now at large.
10-4, you got a vehicle description?
It's the same people that
yeah.
did the gas canister and were shooting in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, just be advised. Yeah, it was a black sports car, 2-door. Seems like they took out a local for it.
10-4. Is it a pro thing or are we good?
Is it a what?
Is it a pro thing or are we good?
Not yet.
10-4.
Will be soon.
Alright guys, let's get a couple things here for ourselves. Let's buy the items here.
Oh, wanna wait? I've got a present for you.
10-4. It's current 20.
Gonna be heading towards Legion.
Oh shit.
10-4, I'll meet you, Legion.
Mm-mm-mm. All right, I think we're gonna go back to PD. Let's get our vehicle repair here.
511 dispatch, I'm being attacked. Individual in a muscle car, and I'm over on Power Street down in Strawberry. Being chased by a van and a muscle car.
What was your 20?
I'm currently behind you.
Down on Innocence Boulevard and Power Street.
Let's get out there, guys.
Stand back.
Where? Why not do to the units at Vespucci Boulevard? You guys okay here? I think they're okay, guys.
This guy's going for assault and battery.
So's this guy.
10-4, you guys all good now? .506, are you guys all good?
.506 got one in custody. We're gonna be 10:15 of PD in a minute.
Clyde, what do you want me to do with this guy?
There we go. All right, so we got some car thefting going on here, guys. Let's go check it out. Let's see if we see anything around here. Nothing.
Follow me, 108.
Huh. Should probably go get my car fixed, guys.
User disconnected from your channel.
I think we'll wait again a little bit, guys, just to be safe. Okay.
I don't know if they're actually like still in the vehicle, but there's a car in the doorway.
Yeah, I see it. I'll deal with it. You go ahead.
One.
511 dispatch. Where am I dropping this guy?
Away from the PD.
Anywhere. Anywhere.
10-4.
Oh,
One way dispatch, be advised we're gonna have a stolen rat loader. It's gonna be orange. License plate number is gonna be KAN 390 or something along the lines.
Disregard fights at gun store. Another unit down to the gun store. Stolen vehicle, possible stolen person.
10-4, I'm around the corner.
One way Thompson.
All right. Whoops. Wrong stream. Right. What's up, Magic? Yeah. What's up, bro? How are you, man? I hope you're doing good. Ay, ay, ay. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. I'm only gonna be on for a bit. Do something simple. Plus, I gotta get some money. I'm broke in game right now. Let's go ahead and get our car repair here real quick. Not much, bro. Getting ready to get out of town this weekend. Ooh, you going? I hope you're going somewhere good. I know you're going somewhere good, Magic. What you got planned, bro? Nah, don't tell me.
Dispatch, you guys good? You guys need any 32s over there?
Disregard any shots at gun store.
Copy.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, seeing family is always good. Absolutely. Uh-oh. Well, let's go see what's going on with this tow truck guy. Looks like he's driving a little radical, right? Let's see what's going on here. Oh, I might be the mechanics. Yeah, them tracks, right? Yeah, we can't do that, Magic. Can't do that, bro. They're mechanics. I'm not really worried about it. Yeah, we don't have to mess with them. They're good guys. So you guys missed it. There was actually a really nice interior for the hospital, but they had to remove it because of the bugs. Why not?
Dispatch, do we have any mechanics on?
Yeah, that's an affirmative. Last check, there was a couple.
10-4.
Boom, bum, bum, bum. Wait, what the heck? That's spooky. And I think it's going to be 10-7 for 2 mics for Philip. What the? Person just disappeared. Alright, let's get in here, guys.
511 going to be in a 1080 with the white vehicle, heading westbound.
Man, it's still raining in the city. I've never seen it rain this much. I need to put some mod chips in these cars. It's not gonna work. Not enough gas. No. Let's see how much it gives me this time. If it gives me at least 60, man, we'll be good.
220.
Last over in San Andreas Ave. Lost eyes. Last seen driving a beat up white 4-door.
so stressed.
But the car is pushable now.
Yay.
It only costs the life of an FIB.
Oh no. Well, what happened?
Wow.
That's happened.
Dispose of the evidence. Alright, 530, dispose of it.
I'm trying.
Get rid of it.
I'm trying.
Oh, you a cop again? Yep.
Clyde, come
Yeah, you are a chicken. Okay, Magic.
stuck inside now.
Okay, bro.
What is stuck inside?
I got you. We got this, bro. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, man. Things are crazy. Oh, yeah.
Oh god, I pushed it forward. Open the door for me, I'm stuck.
The heck?
I'm stuck, I'm having a panic attack.
LOLs. Yeah. Oh, this actually works now? No, it doesn't. I don't think it does. See something here real quick. I did almost hit that car. I screwed up. Big time. Oh, yes, I did. Bum 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 bum. Let's see here.
At the firing range.
Any ongoing calls right now?
I think there was 2. I just don't know who they were involving.
All right, let's see here. Dude, I need to rank up in COD big time. I'm slacking. I am slacking like a son of a gun. What the heck?
You're fired!
Huh. I am? Yeah, I thought about getting on Call of Duty. I might get on in a little bit. I'm just kind of... Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, let's see here. Right, yeah. What's up, Jay? I got a couple hours in me, bro. Nothing too fancy. Just a couple hours. Hiya, Magic, I'm over there. You can go over there if you want. Yeah, I forgot to go on it first. I was slacking big time.
What are we doing, 09?
Send traffic.
Gonna get you down to MRPD.
Central.
Oh yeah, I want to do some creativerse, maybe. Give me some ideas. Yeah, we'll have to get on there again sometime. Honestly, this week's been hard for me, guys. Like, I'm not even like just for streaming right now, so that's why I got the camera off. I don't want to break any rules. Oh god, we got a taxi car here. What the heck's going on? Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. What the heck is going on, man? I'm not really in the mood to chase a bike. Yeah, I'm building my own place. I just want to see what you think. Sounds good. I want to do some blah 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 blah. Right. Where's Thomas at? Thomas, where you at, bro? What the hell's going on? What they responding to? I think my doors are locked. Oh gosh. Oh. Yo, Jay, did you ever join this server, bro? Oh god, I missed the light. Really, Trix? I thought you signed up for this server. Well, I don't think you don't need to apply for it or nothing. This server's a lot better than you know where. It's a lot better, bro. And with this one, I know the dead personally, but it doesn't mean I got like favoritism or anything. This one is Wandering Roleplay. They just increased to 64 slots. Right now it's 38 players. Earlier it was like 50, 40.
First one is going to be 1076, that's 1090 on the armored truck.
What's the 20 on that?
Yeah, it's currently outside of the docks, the vehicle, the boat dock, sorry. On the east side.
10-4, I don't see it.
It's on the road heading towards the Painsbury. We have eyes on the truck. One guard seems to be down.
The hell? I'm scuffed. I need a relogged. I need a relog real quick, guys.
Once that vehicle's clear.
10-4, I'm getting out.
Get that real quick. Bada boom, bada bang. Bada boom, bada bang. Look, I got my webcam covered. That's
Got
funny.
automatic gunfire rounds over here.
Let's get relog back in here, guys. Yeah. La, 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 la. La, la, la. La, 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 la.
Copy.
Yeah, it's gonna be this one right here.
Let's take pictures and can put it in the case file.
Let me see if I can copy this for you real quick.
In case I can't see you.
Try to connect at least while I'm waiting. Yep, that will be the that's gonna be the server IP, guys. What is GTA 5's IP? Hold on. Never mind. Oh, what?
.506 to 511.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your 20?
Over on Olympic Street, or Olympic Freeway, under the freeway.
Oh yeah! Alright! Keep on rolling, baby.
This is 900 speaking. I need you guys to be like having video and opening tickets for me because it is just me in the city currently. So, you know, any more stuff happens, please have a video or something and open a ticket about it. So that way, if I'm not able to get to them immediately, I can get to them at some point.
Yeah, it's gonna be a negative. No, I'm just joking.
My body cam is full.
I guess I'll get mine ready.
Yeah, you should definitely check this out though, Jay. You should get on here, bro. I want you. You could join the police, bro. Get you in here. You could be a cadet. Like you can get in like right now, probably. At least get you going. All right, guys, we're logging in now. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. But this rain is insane. Oh, the server my truck kept breaking? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Hey, good evening. How can I help you today? Did you, anybody took care of you yet?
No, I'd like to apply for the police force.
Oh, for the police force. Any experiences, or?
Yes, actually. Just not sure how the, obvious tools work in this server, but staying in role.
Same with me. I came from Liberty City and had to do the same thing. So not too complex. As long as you got the experience, you should be fine.
Oh, yes. 9 years in the Army, I think, should suffice.
Oh, yeah. I think they're always looking for veterans. All right. So I'm assuming you got off the plane here. Guy grabbed the cell phone at the local phone shop. And did you download the Discord app on your phone?
Negative.
I did not, but I am connected to the Discord, yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, so on that Discord app on your phone, you're going to want to, check out the whitelisted jobs and just apply.
Okay, I have an issue.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The phone pops up, but I can't select anything on it.
Oh, you're okay. So let me reword this. Okay, so yeah, so like on your phone screen, your eyes will be actually looking in front of you. And you just want to hover over to Discord. And then from there, just scroll until you find the whitelist jobs, and then they'll take care of you on there. Just make sure you have your email set to accept spam, because sometimes if you don't accept incoming messages or emails, we won't be able to notify you.
10-4.
Well, that's the thing.
There's only one other person I know that drives a black shafter, but can't be too certain.
I have already
just like the one you were driving.
sent my application in for whitelisted jobs, blah, blah,
right
blah,
now,
blah.
Okay.
I'm just waiting to hear back. I haven't heard anything yet.
Oh, okay, cool. Was this like within a 72-hour period?
Oh my god. Yes.
Okay. So if you submitted an application within 72 hours later and they haven't gotten a feedback, I would just probably just try to get in contact with one of them. Usually they notify you right away if there's something on there that they want. They'll tell you who to contact and what to do next. They've been pretty good about it, so I'm kind of surprised you haven't been contacted at all. You do have your
almost there.
Like in your head, do you have your settings set to where you can receive anything?
Check out the area.
Yeah, it's one of his non-hangout spots. I've not been up here all day.
Uh-oh.
I need to check it anyway.
Oh gosh, I gotta change this. Why did it do that? All right, guys. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and.
Here's the question. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
I'm actually messing with the Discord right now. Okay, the app bot did reply. I didn't get a notification sound for the app bot.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Just follow those instructions, fill out whatever it tells you to do, and one of the staff members should be able to get a hold of you, one of the field training ops.
All right, man. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Hopefully look forward to seeing you. All right, next, go ahead and step right up. How can I help you?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
I'd like to file a police report.
All right, police report. All right, so first I'm going to need you to sign into that sheet with the using the pen that's provided for you right there on the table. Let me just grab a report sheet here real quick to fill out. Do you happen to have your license on you?
I do, yes.
All right.
What muscle is it I need to flex again? F12?
No. You're going to want to flex that F9 muscle there, and it should be able to let you reach for your wallet.
You want ID or license?
Either one. Preferably license.
Did that work?
Yeah. I think I do see it. Give me one moment.
Speed limit. Nobody can hear your voice box in the city. That will cause
issues
and chases.
All right. So I'm looking here. Gib Coleman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On the black shaft at the garage in Grapeseed, additional 32s.
Yes, sir.
I have eyes on Mello.
All right, just bear with me here. Okay, so.
Plus one's gonna be responding.
He's aiming in at assault
So
rifle.
what's the scenario? What's going on?
I just got my car back. It was stolen and dropped off into a river.
Garage in Grapeseed, next to the garage.
Okay. All right. So what was the vehicle description? Do you happen to have the license plate number on it? And the make and model?
Agent Davis is going behind
file
him, trying to get an
insurance on it because I called the mechanic down and he told me to call insurance. I have the vehicle back now, but I know this is not the first time the perpetrator done it before because I've seen his mugshot.
Okay. Are you aware, like, on have you installed a car alarm on your vehicle and know how to lock the doors by any chance?
I do, yes, but I was.
Just go after him. You're fine.
Yes.
Okay.
They're heading to.
Yeah, I know it gets a little overwhelming at times. Yeah. I'll talk to the government and see if they can provide some like better alarm systems here in the city. That'd be nice. But in the meantime, just as best as possible, just especially if you're in a situation where you know it can be dangerous, I would definitely, especially lately, I would just lock it at all times.
It was broad daylight, sir. I walked into the corner store to just buy some iced tea because I was feeling a little bit stressed out. And I came out and it was gone. I was watching on the tracker. The man was driving down. My brother was in the vehicle with him, telling him to get out, and he wouldn't get out.
Now they're going in north.
Okay, so you said this wasn't the first time, so I'm kind of curious. Where was the location of this? Like, where did this occur?
Correct line of traffic.
Can I go back outside to look at the map?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'll be right here waiting.
Speeds of 120.
It's the other way.
All right, so we're gonna try to get that location so we know where to look at, guys.
It was in Vespucci Canals. At that shop there in Vespucci Canals. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
Oh, you're okay. I got it written down here, Vespucci Canals. And what would be the intersection?
Highway going into Polito.
Where the shop's located. I was parked in the alleyway.
6+1, we're making our way up to you.
Half on the road.
10-4.
All right, so
Coming in your local vehicle.
511.
What?
Oh gosh! Hey, Breeze!
Cruiser on the westbound highway. They're going to be coming that way.
Oh, yeah, just be advised.
West side.
Oh gosh!
Negative. I'm already up north. Freeway.
Put your hands up! Stop!
On the highway.
Sir, get him, sir.
Oh gosh! Oh my eyes! Oh no! Oh no!
Currently heading towards the military tunnel.
Oh well, I can't do anything. Right. Are you okay there, sir? Do you need anything? You need like medical treatment or anything?
Do you have some bread?
South on Great Ocean.
Good question.
Both these men are heavily armed.
Oh wow. I think my eyes have gone crazy. Hold on a second.
What the fuck?
The city's nuts right now.
Yeah.
I've never seen nothing like it.
I tend to have my sidearm here, but for some reason I can't see it. This is okay. You know what? Give me a second.
Yes, sir.
I have no eyes. My eyes are playing up really bad.
Oh gosh. I may need to relax my eyes.
Keep going. G-code 0?
No, I'm good.
All right. If you want, I don't want to like hold you out too much. I can finish off writing this report real quick, and then I'm gonna.
Would you like me to tell you?
Going code 2.
Oh gosh.
109 code 0.
Oh gosh. Oh. Are you okay over there?
Code 0, same traffic.
Oh, what just happened?
I'm still here. There's floating.
I'm having a hard time using my lungs. I think I have to go to the pillbox.
It's okay. It's the okay. Yeah. Actually, if you're having lung issues, I don't recommend you moving to. Or actually, hold on. Yeah, I might have to take you over there. Let me see if we have EMS on. We might only have the local medics available. Give me a second. LSPD here. Do we have any available 1052s?
Negative. I don't believe any medical stuff on.
Code 0.
Different. All right. Are you still there, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
Let me go ahead and escort you. We'll go ahead and visit the pillbox real quick. If you want, I can give you a ride.
yes, officer. I think, are you still, this is a role play. Are you, still connected?
Yeah. It faded away for just a moment and came back.
I, got, reconnecting the server up on my screen.
Oh. Give it a moment. If not, just rest your eyes and then open them again. See what happens. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I know. I don't like that. That's why I didn't even bother, really, to be honest. I should have tasered him, but I was trying to be nice and chased him. And I didn't have my cruiser.
It's disabled.
Oh no. Oh, players are leaving because of the issues, man. See, bad timing for this. Well, if it starts dying down, guys, we'll back out.
Yeah.
No.
Everything's gone.
It's picking a bad time for this. We're losing players.
It's all broken. You know what? Some of them we can solve.
No, I know. Like, I just had one ran into the PD. Like, honestly, and this is my personal opinion. Like, I consider it non-roleplay. If you're in a government faction HQ and you just come in and punch someone and run, that's, to me, that's cop baiting. Or just being ignorant.
I mean, it's a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of things. That's more than copy.
Basically, all of them are rule breaking.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot.
You know, I was in the middle of trying to do a criminal report or a police report, and this guy just comes in, punched the guy I was talking to, and just gets in a car and runs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it's okay, though. I know the city's being weird today.
Hi.
Good
day.
What's your location?
Wow.
Oh.
Oh no, I'm crashed. What?
Let me mute that for a second. Oh, boy. Yeah, it is a ban. It is a ban. I'm...
109's back in the city.
10-4-109, can I get a pickup?
Who's this cruiser right here?
That's me.
Probably 530s. 22. $109, what's your phone number?
Mine?
10-4. Oh wait, 22, I think I have it.
Yeah, you should have it. You know me for a while.
Unfortunately.
User joined your channel.
Now all my stuff is popping up right. The heck?
I guess you can't hear me when I'm going over the speed limit. For 1 second, we're just picking Willow up.
Negative, I'm back at PD.
Where the hell did you... Never mind.
501 is trying to go 1041 today.
109, what's your 26?
Currently on the way to your location.
26 ETA.
We are currently coming across the bridge like momentarily now.
DN4.
Shoot, we got a 1090, guys.
Who just impounded a car at PD?
That would be me.
If there's mechanics in the city, please don't do that. Let them.
Did we let them deal with the local ones too?
10-4.
Okay. Yeah.
Street, 108.
I have already contacted Tilly, who's
Virginia
going to
Port.
come and clean up all these vehicles outside PD.
Yeah, my OCD was getting to me. I apologize. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, shoot. I don't know if I really want to respond to this. Do I want to? Maybe. That's a long ride. I don't know if I want to do this. All right. I really don't feel like driving out there, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. Why not? The only thing I don't like is the stress thing they added to the server, but it's okay as long as you don't go past 120. You go past 120, you're stressed, like your character freaks out, and it gets crazy. We do have chips where we can like modify the vehicles, but I don't remember how to do it. It's been a while. No, I didn't get in trouble. They just wanted to make sure that, because now we got mechanics online. They haven't been around for a long time, so we haven't really been asking them to do much because they haven't been around. Damn it. All right, let's see here. Robbery was successful. I don't think anybody responded to this. Oh boy. I'm there by myself. Nobody responds to this. I'm good.
Whoa! What the fuck was that?
This is too far out.
Get back here.
Where are you? Oh my god.
Never mind. I have to do 900 things.
Yeah,
This
see
is
that?
my life now.
You're very.
Go throw on a 900 trigger, you'll be fine.
Like earlier, I had to take like an.
511, I flew out of the car.
Requesting pickup.
Yeah, they did pick a good time to do that robbery. Like right when the server was all scuffed. Seems like they're over there, but I'm not even gonna. I'm just gonna go ahead and respond over here.
Clyde, I need pickup.
Oh shoot. Where the heck did I go to? Oh, I think it was here. Oh man, it's already been robbed.
Back to you guys.
Right
I
at the
see,
end of
I
the
see
bridge.
Not even kidding, I literally just did a U-turn and smashed head on into Tony, Big Tony, and Mello.
Yeah, we just sent them on about their way because they were coming back to finish some stuff, but we'll find them again eventually. back to MRPD. And I'm at 108.
501 is going to be 10-6 to get my uniform.
Alright, let's turn it around, guys.
And PD's not working for me.
I just wish there was a tsunami right now.
I might have a gentleman in a red four-door vehicle following me.
I would go back to BD.
By the way, Hazel, if you get any you know, 900 issues. If I'm not able to get to it, please just open a ticket, because I'm the only 900 in the city right now.
10-4. Sounds crazy.
Oh, you got to do the game again. Oh, don't worry about it.
Issues.
They were in the middle of the road. They were relogging more than likely.
The car's still here, guys.
In character, I want to know that. I'm not gonna metagame.
10-4.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna call a mechanic to the gun store.
I don't even know.
What the heck is going on here? It was like
When near Hazel that could help her.
What's the 20?
I'm by the courthouse.
Head towards Vangelico's, the jewelry shop.
no, I'm not even gonna worry about this. We just go back.
All around that side over there.
Yeah, do loops around the pink cage. We're just around the corner.
Trevor, I'm just passing the courthouse garage. I'm turning now. Going towards the pink cage.
Yeah, we were behind you.
It's that red vehicle. It's following me.
There you go. You good?
Thanks. I'm going to get changed. I'll be right back.
One away to 109.
Go ahead.
Last American MRT's a rotten loser.
Oh yeah.
Last American MRPD is a rotten loser.
So what you been playing lately, Jay? You just been kind of just playing Creativerse? Is that what you've been sticking to lately?
Ah, shit, man.
You could race over this 1080 if you want.
Hell yeah, where you at?
Getting on the freeway right now, hold on.
Yeah, we're going west on Olympic Freeway right now. I'm currently passing to
No.
behind the vehicle.
Thank you, Meadow.
Currently crossing lanes of traffic, now in opposite, heading
Wow.
west on Olympic. It's going to be a 4-door red vehicle 1050, big 1050.
Is that the same guy that was just following me?
10
Copy.
10-4.
The vehicle is occupied one time, the vehicle is now smoking.
I believe that's the same gentleman that pulled up to me when I flew in and said, "Hey, Davey, come get in my car. I can make it a fun time for you."
Yep, we just got confirmation, I believe. I'm just looking through the window. It's the guy that was stood outside PD with me, Clyde, and Davis. He had some horrible shoes on.
Yeah, wanting to be an officer?
I believe so.
Wait, what about the guy wanting to be an officer?
The guy who's
Yeah.
never gonna be an
I'm with
officer
it.
ever.
Not really playing much of anything. You sound like me, Jay. You sound like me, bro. Literally,
1050 jumps out.
Too. What do you mean?
Clyde, is your vehicle locked?
Negative.
see, I like the
Coming back towards you. Fuck, the other way.
The only thing I like about here though is that people don't just come and just kill you right away.
Yeah, we're on foot right now.
Now there are times where things happen, but not nearly as much. Like honestly, I've never been. Oh gosh! Whoa!
User joined your channel.
Current
See what's going on with this guy.
Field. Clyde is right up his ass. Currently heading in the direction of the stadium.
Caps.
Taser deployed. Failed. Gonna be down in the gutter.
Is he crossing over the other side?
10-4, we're going up the other side.
Did he just leave?
I'm going to try and get to the opposite side now.
Wow.
Yeah, I have visual.
It's gonna be white male, brown hair, black hair, white shirt, blue jeans.
He's going to try and take a vehicle.
Back up, Bill. Oh, that killed him. He's down. We need, can we roll EMS?
I don't believe
Negative,
there
we
is
got
any.
none.
Officer, excuse me, officer. I just had a question. I'm not really sure how to get around town, and I was wondering if you guys could maybe take us on a little tour, maybe show everything. Jeez Louise, guy, what are you doing?
I'm falling. I'm falling for you, man. I'm gonna kiss you.
Howdy, hey. Can you hear me?
Let's get a transport
Yes,
vehicle to 420.
we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can we possibly like join you guys or something and have some fun?
No. Hey, no, that is not an option, sir, unless you're a police officer or criminal. Well, if you become a criminal, you will go to jail.
And you guys just...
If you do a crime, oh, help me, please, Lord.
You good?
A gentleman just pulled into the parking lot here and wanted me to chase him to have some fun. No.
Yeah, is any available officer able to put me and Clyde up for a suspect down here in cuffs? We're currently outside the stadium. I can GPS you. I'm going to send it to the police line.
Fuck, I think someone stole my car.
That text is me. Disregard that location. I'm going to commandeer a vehicle. Suspect has gone to Davis.
Can you...
The unit coming towards us, we're in the blue Prius. Uh, 109 is going to be 1076 to MLPD.
506 plus 1 same traffic.
Oh gosh, I am. Why was I muted? Oh my god, why does it do this? Okay, so
I don't see the traffic issues down here. I think it's just up north.
Why don't we to dispatch? What kind of description of the guy you guys had earlier?
The suspect we was just chasing had a green hat on that you have on right now. He has a white t-shirt, jeans, and dark shoes.
you've been doing bad things since you've been born. Ooh, Meadow. You bad boy. Oh!
Crap, I don't have any weapons, so I'll be right back. Sorry, Davis, couldn't help you.
Except for you're good. I'm in his vehicle. We're gonna be headed up to
Get him
East
out of the car,
Vespucci
Bill.
Boulevard.
The only thing though is like attempts to run. Ooh, that's the sound of the police. Whoop whoop. What are these food stores we can't go into? The ring of fire.
Is gonna be 1076 to the job center. There seems to be a lot of fights there.
Yeah.
For one, it's gonna be in the back of the vehicle of suspect we're looking for there.
Are we able to see you as a blip? I can
Negative.
follow you.
Hold on, are you in his trunk?
We're gonna be west up Hero Freeway.
.506 is now 1076 plus 1 to PD.
501 is arriving on scene.
10-9.
Arrived at the job center.
All right, let's see here.
Anyway, we're gonna be underneath the bridge and up Hero Freeway.
10-4, are you currently in his vehicle?
10-4.
No, did he know you in his vehicle?
10-4.
Honestly, bro, this is the best public server I found. There's one other one that's okay, but this one is okay. I think somebody owns that bike. So, is there mechanics in the city? Yeah, let me call these guys.
We're headed out towards Vespucci Beach.
I'm just gonna invest in both of you.
Be west on Magellan Avenue. Be out towards the pier.
Oh, this thing is glitched.
Get out of the vehicle.
I don't like the locking and unlocking. I wish it was like.
Drive me off into the water.
I wish it was just the L key.
Suspect wasn't a four-door silver car.
What's the 20?
We were over on Great Ocean Highway. Not sure where you went. I hopped out of the vehicle.
10-4.
Got an active flight right in front of me.
The job center is a mess. Oh, 1050 Osha King.
Yeah, I've kind of stayed away from there today with so many flights being in.
Show 511, 1042 for a few hours. Stay safe, everyone.
1099. Help.
LSPD, get your heads up. Let's go. Keep them up.
So I got out of the vehicle.
We have an officer down. Put him up where I can see him. You got 3 seconds.
20?
We got a location update.
108 GPS me.
Sir, you can't just go around beating people.
All right, let's go. Let's get you to the vehicle here. All right.
We need a location of the officer down, please.
I think the officer might be okay. I do have the suspect in custody. I'm not sure if they need medical treatment. I'm gonna check on the officer now. But additional would be nice.
Where?
Right on the right near the the heck are we? Right by Power Street. Oh, I'm sorry, Power Street. All right. Okay. All right, sir. At this time, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights as I read them for you today? Okay. All right. I did request an additional unit to come by. I did. Was this the only individual that swinged at you, or?
Yeah, this guy's going. Can this guy talk? What's going on with him?
No, it doesn't seem like he speaks.
If he can't talk, then we're calling 900. If he can talk, then he's going for assault on an officer.
Uh-oh.
Right. 5:30 to all units.
You want me to let him go and have you grab him and you deal with them, or?
Sure, I'll take him.
All right.
Pointed at me.
10-4.
You let go of him yet?
109 plus 1 will be responding.
There he is. We got a runner.
Don't worry, I got him.
Okay. Uh-oh. He's running.
Talk or what?
Shoot.
Oh, did he go? Did you put him in your vehicle or did he run?
I have no idea.
Plus one is going to be 1076 to the north place. North Bank.
Oh God! See, players like that I hate. Not even gonna bother. Yo, Michael Bigger Gaming, what's going on? How are you? I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't.
501 is 1015 to PD.
109 plus 1 is going to be en route to the latest kidnapping of Officer Domino at Palito Bank. Any additional units against this would be great.
Yeah, 506 is going to be 1076 or more.
Oh Lord, there's a man following me again.
10-4, I'll break off in the...
He's driving a black two-door sports car. I'm about to arrive at PD.
Yeah, so typically when players drive like that, that's cop baiting, like trying to get attention of an officer, which is non-roleplay. Right? Hi. And what outfit is that? I'm wearing this because it's raining. It's raining, so I gotta make sure that we're I really want to chase this guy. No, I don't have the gas. Like, I got 12 gas. Oh gosh. Gas is always a problem. Damn. See, okay, so the regular players on the server are fine, but here's the problem, Jay. A lot of these rule breakers, I'm looking at their names. I never saw them before, so that's what's going on right now. Thank you for the follow. Luckily, I don't give up that easily, right? True. All right, let's go ahead and put this vehicle away real quick. It's more like a winter jacket, right? It's the closest thing to a raincoat I can find. There is a raincoat outfit, but I don't like it. It looks... Ugh.
109 plus 1 is going to be 1023 at Palito Bank.
Man.
123.
Oh boy. All right, guys, give me just a moment, okay? Hold on, bear with me here. Let me park this real quick.
Gonzalez, can we get you responding up north, please? If you're not busy.
Oh, no, negative. I mean, affirmative. I was just getting gas. Yeah, what's going on?
In a PD. I just got my bike stolen.
Oh, shoot. All right, if you're still around, we can assist you. Right now, we just have like a big call right now.
Yeah, well, I don't really care about your big call. What I do care about is my bike.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's you should be able to go in there. One of the local officers should be able to fill out a police report for you. If not, then
No, there's no officers in there, man. What is this guy doing? He's just honking in the front of the gate.
Oh gosh, these new players.
Interact with that guy.
Let me get this.
Oh, these new players are driving me crazy. Alright, I know they said Paleto Bank. Hold on. Nah, I better go see ya. Right. Metal, are you in the server, bro? Whoa. Where the heck am I going? Don't tell me they're way up here. Oh gosh, they are. Dear jeez. Damn. So far away. I have to help these guys out though. I don't want to leave them alone. Yeah. Right, he wants to do a police report, but I just don't have the time. I've been doing a lot of them earlier today. I should tell him just to call the police, leave a message with like a description.
10-4.
The suspect up here is requesting $100,000 for the release of Sergeant Willow.
10-4. If you have the cash, please pay it, and I'll get you the funds from the.
I don't have the cash.
Neither do I, and I don't have access to the. What do you call it at the moment?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have access to the funds.
Clyde has. We're gonna stop at the bank. We're gonna get the cash, and we'll be 1076 to your location. Tell him we'll be there as soon as possible. Try to keep him calm.
Jeez, 4 miles. Right.
Basically, she said she's.
Take it easy, Meadow.
And Clyde will be at 1076 to Y20 with the cash.
I need to put some upgrades on here. Whew. Man, that car didn't even turn. Man, we need more officers. Now there's just too many criminals. Don't you dare. Oh my gosh, I'm almost there.
Getaway vehicle anywhere around the bank.
10-4.
Jumping out code 2. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, guys, come on, let's go. You know you're breaking jurisdiction, bro. Right? Well, yeah. I wish that was a thing. It is when there's sheriffs. Surprisingly, I saw somebody with a sheriff badge, but I thought they took it out. And I think it's gonna be 1023 to Bolito Bank. I kidnapped one of the cops. Okay. I don't mind bank robberies. Just sometimes... I get it with the limitations, though, but it's always hostages. Oh, shoot. Put my voice box louder.
Yeah, I get you.
It's open jurisdiction, right. Yeah, so typically what we do is if we have like the sheriffs around, of course. I think they shut it down though, because at one point we didn't have enough players. There wasn't enough players at one point, but player base has gone up, so I'm hoping it's open. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't mean to bother you, but can one of y'all toss me like a sandwich? I'm kind of hungry.
Of course he did. Who is it? Do we know who the person is?
I believe he's a new flyer. He's been around. He was involved in a robbery, I believe, earlier.
So really, you got like a
brothers, I think.
Like a Snicker?
They stole my bike, officer. Please get it back from me. I know it's annoying, bro. Like, it's kind of annoying me. But I see, Lee, though. This was important. This was a hostage situation. It definitely overdoes
we will not be wiring him anything. We'll wire him half. He can release her, and then we'll wire him or give him the second half.
Oh my god, that was delicious. Yeah, how's it going?
Look at these guys. They got like fully automatics. I'm gonna step away for a second. Hopefully nothing happens. Hold on, guys.
Wire. How about we wire 3/4, alright? I'm a professional. I mean, it's not gonna be an option. It's just 25 grand, 25 bones, man. 3/4 first.
So what are we doing?
He's requesting it be wired.
I see, man. I know, but listen, this isn't no make a fucking deal, alright? This is a police fucking life here. She's a sergeant, fucking decorated career. She's doing a great job serving her community. I'm not asking for any more money. It's just to ensure you guys aren't feeling useless to me. Give me 3/4 first, and then the quarter afterward, after she gets safe to you. Because 25 grand extra is not what her life is worth, alright?
He wants 70.
Are you serious right now?
Risking another 25 grand isn't gonna save her life, you know what I mean?
In cash or what? Are we talking cash?
Professional. Wired. It seems to be, man. Come on.
Oh shoot! Almost got screwed up here.
You can speak to him if you want.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
Bit of an ass.
I'll do it.
Yes.
I'd be happy to give you 50,000 now. You release your hostage, and I'll send you the the rest of it.
3/4.
What are you gonna do for me to prove that you're gonna let my officer go?
Well, if I kill her, then I also, you know, I'm gonna be in some big trouble, right? Of course I'm gonna let her go. I told you myself, I like her, man. She's very nice. She's been serving her community like I respect her, man. This isn't anything personal. That's the thing, man. I don't have nothing to gain from ending her life like this. I don't want to. That's why I need you guys to work with me. 3/4. Trying to be nice here.
Oh yeah. Alright, go get a new bike. You don't have to buy them, do you? I think you could rent the bikes. They're not much. They're like $100. Problem, and the thing I like about the server though is the economy's accurate. Like nobody's rich. Just remember, I'll be serving the cops free hot dogs from my stand. Joshua, are you on this server right now? Are you playing this? Holy moly. I'll keep my head out of the view. I don't know who's all in there.
Yeah, let me just check my banking app really quick. 336 is my bank wiring number. Want the institution number 2 and the branch number or what?
Yeah, so why report a stolen bike? Yeah, true. You know what it is though, Jay? People, boring coming in with that 13 months in a row. Thank you so much for joining the Tricks Gaming once again. What's up, Bori? How you been, man? You ready for that Space Lords, bro? Ready to see some buns? Ready to see some cheeks? Oh, you RP on your Xbox. Yo, how do you even do that? Joshua, that's gotta be tough, dude. Because like, there's no custom script. Like, you literally would have to just imagine everything. What's up, my guy? What's up, bro? Yeah, guys. So I was selling this Apple Series... what was it? Apple Series smartwatch. But yeah, we sold it, though. So it's gone.
Alright. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna grab her really quick and bring her to the back, and I'm gonna untie her, okay? Just so you guys don't, you know, hurt me after I release her, alright? Just stand up and come to the back with me, Sergeant. Really quick.
He's sending her out. As soon as she is free, I will send him the remainder. But where is he gonna go?
He doesn't have a getaway vehicle.
Yep. As soon as we get her, we're moving in.
10-4, Dallas PD gets worried about getting her, we'll move in. Right around the corner, if he decides to try and come in, I'm gonna tackle him. I do believe earlier this man was rolling around with another guy, so there might be someone in the back. We don't know.
All right, let's see. Oh wow, I was wondering why I haven't seen you in gaming lately. Like, just tired.
But I already ran around
Oh, you've been in Indiana. Nice, 3 weeks. Dang, dude. Yo, all of us have been busy, bro. Like, I haven't been gaming either. I'm surprised I'm even doing this right now. I seen the server packed. I'm like, yo, I gotta check this out.
We have the hostage.
All right, hostage is free.
Come here, come here.
I had some gas if I want to throw it in there.
Uh-oh.
Suspect is coming.
Uh-oh. This could be dangerous. Kidnapped an officer.
You got a second 25 come my way, or are you guys gonna take
Hey,
me in?
Below, are you okay?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I hear you.
Okay, I want you to just lay that weapon down for me, okay?
Yep.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Haven't gamed on my PC since last year? Technically, yeah.
I'll just,
Technically, yeah.
10-4, is it?
I
He's
held
asking
up
for the extra 25.
I held with the one side of the deal. I just want this side of the deal to be done as well, and
it was already sent.
I'll come in with
so
you peaceful.
It's already sent. Come on.
It's already been sent.
Oh, you're right.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now I want you to...
Oh, those are the
Hold
FIB.
the weapon. I want you to open the door slightly, throw that shotgun towards me. Then I want you to get on your knees, hands behind your head, facing away from us.
Alright, I have a pistol as well. I'm gonna go to the back of the thing and get the pistol as well. Did you,
No,
see
sir, stay right here.
Oh,
Just
stay
put
there,
your
man.
hands on your knees, put your hands where you can see them.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We can
I have a
collect the
pistol.
sir.
I have
Well
a pistol.
confiscated, just get on your hands and your
Alright,
knees.
That's too much time away from a PC, right? Right? Oh my god, it's very limited. It's a party chat audio RP. Ah, I have to look into that. I never thought that was a thing. Gotcha.
I need a water.
Oh. And of course my vehicle's like.
One tie down.
Yeah, I got the pistol.
Did he get in the vehicle?
He did.
Wow.
Well, wait, he's gonna be headed west down into the. Stand by. We're on the beach now.
I think I'm going totally the wrong way.
South on Camino Promenade.
Nope. My cruiser's slow.
10-4. LSPD
West
has
on
no
Great
problem
Ocean
with
Highway.
that.
And we're still at the Southwest Great Ocean Highway.
They're here, but I can't.
They just busted out the window. They 1050'd a little bit.
Oh my god, my car is so slow.
The guy that actually robbed the store that fell out.
We have no eyes on that guy that fell out.
I saw him fall out of there.
I saw that too, but I don't know if that was just our eyes or.
We have eyes on one suspect.
I don't know. I saw the cruiser back there, but I'm not sure what's going on.
Maybe it was a head crash.
I'm feeling lazy.
Also, we got the other suspect inside of the vehicle. Me making a U-turn southwest to Great Ocean Highway.
Stay in the middle lane. At least for now. Oops. That's why I'm forever running out of gas. Ooh, no seatbelt. If I crash right now, I'm flying out of the car, guys. We don't want that.
Who's shooting?
I give up.
The other agent, I believe.
Tires. He was me heavily damaged.
Yeah, they're definitely back the. They're definitely back the other way. Probably where that cruiser was. I just saw a car go through the wall. What the? All right, you know what I can do here? Let me do this. Yeah, they're right there. I figured that much. Wow. I'm just playing this right now because it's more like kind of relaxed, you know. You become sick of too much stress. Oh my gosh. I hate this. This is what I don't like, is this. Like, why are we stressed? Aren't we trained for this? Like, this should be like an exception. Like, LSPD shouldn't get stressed. Like,
Do we know what happened to the other guy?
robberies back to back. I need to drink something.
Is 10:15 to PD plus 1.
10 109 to dispatch. Do we know if there was another vehicle theft up here earlier or not?
It is very stressing. It is. It's not like chillax. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even Eridar. Remember when Eridar was in it? Like, he was getting stressed out too. It's a stressful position because not only like in character, it's a lot of work, a lot of like responsibility, but out of character, there's just a bunch of shenanigans you got to do. Like, people come up to you and just do ignorant things, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because you're the PD, but it's a very emotional, tough position to conduct. It really is.
530 code 0.
That worked.
Alright, let me just park for a second.
It's the same, Dominic.
What is?
That would be number
530?
545.
108, 10, 7, 10, 42, have a good night.
10,
Have a
4,
good night.
9.
Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Hold on, okay? Hold on.
User disconnected from your channel.
What to dispatch?
Go ahead.
Oh Lord.
I'm carrying this RDM merch. And he doesn't know how to get out of it.
We keep hitting imaginary vehicles and he flew out of the car.
Oh!
Was you going down the highway about 130, 140?
Who fell out?
The other suspect that we have in our custody.
Yeah, just before you flew into the city, we had that same issue. That's why we all had to redo, restock up.
501 to dispatch. We might need a 32 because we're having trouble getting him in our vehicle.
Oh, get out of the car, Hazel.
10-4. Yep. I'll head your way. I'm on the opposite freeway though.
Disregard. We are good now.
10-4. I'm gonna head to MRPD in case his brother's there or his friend, in case they try to break him out.
Be aware that he did pull a shotgun out of his butt. I did try to tell him that that's not allowed, but he might not know. There is a lot of voice box issues.
Yeah.
501. I can't hear this guy like at all. Whatever he's saying.
10-4. Just ignore him. He's just blabbing.
Charlie, is that guy still with you?
No, he logged.
Damn it!
I know the name though, so.
Email me it.
I mean, I don't know how to spell it. I just know it if I see it. Starts with ale or ow, and it's like four words. Sorry, guys.
You Gucci. Protect and service, what we're doing.
Oh yeah, I'm hungry, guys. I gotta figure out what I want to eat here. Trickster, what's going on, bro? Thank you for the follow, guys. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. I'm really apologize being AFK and stuff. And shout out to my subscribers, guys. Really, our sub count went up. Well, it should have went up. Should have been up to 10. I'm not sure. Maybe it just needs.
Dispatch. We've located the other suspect. He just hit us in the back of PD.
10-4, you're at PD now.
10-4, we're in the garage. He just rammed us as we went through the gates.
10-4, I'm in the garage.
You know, I'm happy these okay, so here's the thing. This is the craziest I've ever seen this server. Honestly, in terms of like crimes, I mean, we had crimes, but the criminals were more like chill, laid back. Like, I mean, it's bad when you start knowing the victims and the criminals because like they're the usuals, but it went smoothly, you know. Thank you for the food hype. Yeah, I am hungry, guys. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat here soon. We want to go to screw this, guys. Let's just get through here. Ugh, I hate. I'm already yawning. What the heck? Trying to learn Adobe Dreamweaver. Good luck, buddy. Good luck with Adobe and website design. You'll get it. Just look up some tutorials. Look up some steps. You should be fine, bro. Honestly, experience is going to be the key method for that. Just think of it like as making a PowerPoint. Of course, I crashed my car. Sorry, Loker. Yeah, you can call me a poop head all you want. Ooh, somebody clocked in at high speed. What the heck? Hey, so far away. So far away. Mama. Yo, I'm getting low FPS, guys. So anyway, so what I've noticed is when you play on servers with more than 32 players, the locals tend to be a little weird like that right there. What the heck was that? But anyway, yeah, I gotta look up videos. Yeah, you got this, bro. Don't worry. That's what I did. You know what I'm saying? I had to look up, because I was doing a little bit of video editing and I was doing Adobe Premiere. But, oh, by the way, good news, guys. I was looking into a motherboard / CPU, guys. Here, I'll type it in chat for you guys. I think it should be on there anyway. That should be my wish list, and hopefully it should have the CPU and motherboard I'm looking into. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, guys. Help me out here. I'm really looking to go AMD. I'm going to give them a shot, see what they're all about, see what the hype is, and go from there, you know? That's going to take me the wrong way. I totally just missed the exit. Okay, well, let's make a quick U-turn here. I don't think a U-turn very unsafe, but hey. My. We'll just get off here. What is going on here? Is that supposed to be like lights? Oh, that's a weird place. I don't remember that.
Five oh six 501.
10 port.
Can you come down here, please?
I'll be there just a moment.
Copy.
Oh no!
Back.
Earlier, there was like 8 taxi drivers online. I was like, wait, what is going on? What? Let's get back, man. I gotta... Looks good to me. So you think the process is good? Honestly, dude, if I'm gonna upgrade, I'm gonna have to get something that's a little future-proof and something better than what I have. Now, what I've noticed is that Intel seems like they beat AMD by single cores, right? But other than that, though, I'm liking what AMD has going on. Like, for one, the price point. Because for what I'm getting in that with AMD, the price for that, for an Intel version, forget it. I want to go Threadripper, but everybody kept telling me to go with the Ryzen series. So, everybody said Ryzen 7, but I figured, you know what, let me go Ryzen 9, play it safe. That way I gotta upgrade for the next, like, 5 to 8 years. You know.
I just sent him. Oh, perfect. How? Okay, I'm on my way.
Oh, the crunk, you see it? I had to put that on. I love that drink. That drink is awesome, dude. Every time I drink that stuff, I swear, I just be like, yeah, what? Okay. Every time I drink it, I'll be telling everybody, get on my level now, what? Oh my gosh. You guys can hear me good, right? Oh, dear gee. Yeah, see, locals, like, disappear from the cars sometimes. So it kind of breaks the locals, usually. Let's go back to PD here. I'm running out of gas. See, I don't like going all the way out there. It's so far.
He asked you to meet him out front of the PD.
Will do.
Wow. Every time you drink it, it turns you into Little John. Yeah. Yeah. AMD's like 50% cheaper. Right. Well, I heard AMD's way better for one, for the price, and two, performance. Quality might be the issue, but AMD is going with a whole new socket and whatnot, so they're doing something completely different. Intel has been sticking to the same thing, and for the... Whoa. You guys are going mad. Okay, the rain is gone, guys, so I should probably go get changed. Yeah, let's go get changed real quick. Holy mackerel, what the heck is going on there?
To 5:30. If we could get a nice swift kick on number 565.
565?
Affirmative. Same cuck.
Eat.
Yes, officer. Hello? I'd like to report a person.
5:30.
To shoot me.
I see has my pistol and my taser.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
do I see anything? Any injuries or anything? Or
Yes, it's in my right left arm. Can't you see? Left
okay.
arm.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm seeing clearly. All right, give me one moment. Let's walk over here to the desk real quick.
He also left the city and is coming back to try to fix this.
Go ahead and stand right here. I'm going to have you sign in on that clipboard that's right there on the desk for me. Just put first name, last name, print, and date, please.
Yep, please do. If you could act as a police presence there, there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt a fix on my situation, and then I'll probably.
Put in my Chris, my full name.
Yeah, full name, please, and print if you can, and just put the date.
The day it happened or my
Just today's date. That's just a sign-in sheet, just to know you're here and we're taking care of you. I'm gonna get a police report here right now. We're gonna go over and write down what's going on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Crispy Day, and I can't put in the date for some reason.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, if you can't physically do it, it's okay. Just, just do the best you can. So what I'm gonna need from you here real quick is your driver's license, if you have it on you. Do you know how to reach for it?
Yeah, I'll wear it, I know.
Okay. Alright. Okay, and what's the name I'm gonna see on here?
Crispy Day.
Crispy D. Alright. Okay, so alright, so what's the what do you need to report?
And I was down at the shop near the strip club, and then a guy, like 3 guys pulled up with a black Winster, I think it was, and they just started shooting at me, and I luckily got away, but I never saw their faces.
I saw that. I was there.
Was there? Look, we have a witness.
Okay.
You were. 2 guys rolled up. I saw this man getting shot at, and I drove away because I was scared.
So what was the the location of this incident?
Near the store near the strip club.
Yeah, near the gas station. Yeah.
Okay, and would you say these men? You said three men. Did they look?
I think one of them was black, and he had. I think he had.
Dreads, right?
Yeah, dreads, and
yeah.
He had sunglasses on.
Okay, and then the other 2?
I didn't see the other 2. I just saw the first one.
Okay, we'll go ahead and keep them a note. Caucasian?
I think they were Caucasian, one of them. He had a white shirt, if I remember correctly.
Okay, body size, would you say average, overweight, slim, what?
Average.
Yeah, they were definitely not overweight, definitely not.
Average.
Okay, and all right, and then you, sir, the witness, do you have a driver's license on you so we can take your name down in case we need you for like jury duty or anything?
No, sir, I left it at home.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, so far I got you with so you found 3 men. You said they just started randomly just shooting at you. Were there any other people involved?
Not that I know of.
All right, were they intentionally heading towards you, or did anybody else in the city?
I saw those bullets fly at his head, and he was running.
Okay. All right, and then how long ago would you think this incident occurred?
About 15 minutes ago.
It was pretty close, actually.
Okay, and you did say that you received some injuries. Are you okay? Would you like medical treatment, or?
Yes, I would like some medical treatment on my right arm.
All right. So I see that you got here and you were capable of walking. Do you feel that you need to be escorted to the hospital, or do you think you can get there on your own?
I can get there on my own.
Okay.
I don't have the money to pay for the treatment. I need some money.
I would say, are you currently employed?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know welfare usually covers, depending if you don't have any like income. But if you're receiving income, I'm not, honestly, it's been a while since I've been there, so I'm not sure what the exact fees are. Unless you, sir, do you have any idea?
There are lots of.
No, I don't actually remember.
Job center.
I don't even have any money on me. I wouldn't be able to pay.
Yeah, I would just speak to Charlie. He's the head local doctor. He might actually be able to get you an actual price on that. And that way we can find out. I have no idea, to be honest.
Well, okay, officer. Thanks for the help. I gotta go now. That's all I gotta say. If you see these motherfuckers, you catch them. You put them in jail where they belong.
Okay, so I know we got body descriptions. Just real quick, vehicle. What kind of vehicle you think they were in?
Winster.
Uh-huh.
Alright. And is that a 4-door or 2-door, and what color?
It was black, 4-door.
Okay.
It was like grayish black, something like
Grayish black. And with the windows tinted, or were they just regular?
regular.
Regular. Yeah, I saw that.
Did the body seem factory, or did it seem like it's been had custom body work to it?
No custom body work.
All right, so we
stolen. Not gonna lie.
Gotcha. All right, so yeah, we're gonna probably investigate that area, see what's going on. So if you did get hurt, we'll probably find out if they shot around. We'll probably see they probably left some shells laying around, and you know, if we do get DNA that's related to your blood, we'll contact you if there's anything that we need. But we'll be on the lookout though and see what's going on. I'm just glad to see you're safe and you're here right now, and I would definitely go check with Charlie, make sure you're okay.
Message, but there's no GPS or anything
Okay,
about it.
officer. Okay.
All right, you fellas have a good night. You're welcome.
You too, officer. You too.
Stay safe. Oh gosh, it's a lot of work.
Okay, I've cleared everybody from the area from job center.
There we go. There we go. Oh dear, jeez.
Uppercut, and then dude was fucking slumped. Dude was fucking slumped.
Alright, well...
Until the fucking police chief came in and fucking beat my ass. Fucking police chief beat my fucking ass with a baton.
She's a tough guy.
Well, hey, if she fucking did it, I'd probably like it.
Wow.
Simple.
Jay, oh my god, I could see you being a cop, bro. Like, honestly, I really don't care either. I'm just being nice. I almost played Star Citizen today, to be honest. My computer's driving me mad, dude. Like, I'm so sick and tired of my CPU. Like, honestly, it's been killing me. Like, cause like, always, you know, I get not the FPS that I would rather, that I wish I could achieve. Glitter Tuna, what's going on? How are you? Yo, hey. Oh my god, squad coming in with the follow. Where'd this come from? And Junkie, thank you guys. Oh my god, you guys came out of nowhere. Holy macro. I'm sorry, I was preoccupied. Alright, I need to change my outfit, but yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go to Pink Cage. I don't, this is too much work. I don't want to lose my presets and stuff. It's gonna be pretty warm out here now. The rain is gone, so we'll go ahead and turn this back in. I know, right? Jay, you're jinxing me, bro. What if Intel came, offered me this amazing contract or sponsorship deal and said, hey, we'd like to sponsor you. We noticed that you've been an Intel consumer for this many years. You've been a streamer, and we want to pay you this. All you have to do is keep using our product. And when they find out I went with an AMD Ryzen 9, they're gonna be like, sir? I'm gonna miss out on an opportunity of a lifetime.
It's gonna be 1076 to MRPD.
Let's go back. I'm going to Peak Cage because one, the houses are cheap. I did buy a house with furniture, but it doesn't work that good. So I live like right here. There's my house. That's my own house. That one cost me like $75,000. Where the heck was Peak Cage? I don't remember. I think it's... Honestly, I don't remember. I want to say... What the heck? Whoa, what the? Alright, I gotta go to Pillbox. Heck no, because I like AMD. Oh, man. Hey, stop. That's parking. I don't remember where it is, guys. Seriously, I don't remember where it is. I think it's near the mechanic shop. I don't remember. Come on, dude. Jeez. NPCs are crazy. Whoa, what the? Oh my god, I don't remember where it is. I crashed. Oh, that's great. Hey, they made flying cars finally, right? Oh no! Oh man. I crashed. Why? Why did I crash? I believe I can fly. Where? Here on Grand Theft Auto 5. If I fall too high, I might die. Bet my wings and ask why. Like 47 players. That's pretty good. I like the player base here, man. It's way better. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's crazy, you know, it just depends what's going on. Wah, 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 wah. I think the game is telling you it's time to change, right? Give me a sign. Yeah. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's what, Thursday? We'll have to do something pretty soon. Maybe even tonight. We'll see. If not tomorrow. We'll see. Let me check something real quick. I know you like Creativeverse. We still gotta finish Star Citizen. We wiped out a lot of single player games, which is good. Let's go. Hey, 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 hey. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't know, bro. This is the only server I gave a try to. Oh shoot, I need to find my car again.
idiota!
What you got for me?
Are there any officers on patrol right now?
Negative. We're all hiding in the bottom of PD.
I was gonna say, I can see about 4 blips down there. 3-4 blips.
Yeah, we need
Y'all
a
are
break.
weenies.
I'm sick. You can't make me leave.
You need a break, did you say, Clyde?
You can't leave me here.
Yeah, 10-7, 5 mics. 5-6
Wow.
back 10-8.
I've been going hard for 9-10 hours. I've not even had a break. God damn it. Got the sweats over here.
Right, that's crazy, Jay.
Industrial power tools, maybe. I'm not gonna lie, down at the job center it looks like an apocalypse.
What the?
I have a 1 to all officers. The job center is now Area 0. It's martial law.
Anybody seen around the job center gets stopped and talked to.
Yep, warn anybody you see. They fly in, they get the talking.
Oh no, I'm running so slow.
You wanna know something really annoying?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just used my my assist and
Oh boy.
Mellow and Big T.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah, they shit themselves. I was like, this is not official, just go on your way.
Dragon, Atlas, or Raw.
Yeah, job center. Yeah, there. You know what? At the job center, there's been a lot of fights. There's been a lot of constant fights, shootouts, and weird shenanigans. And honestly, let's be realistic. That's
701.
that's where all the new players go a lot.
We need healings.
Yeah, I'm trying to fly back in the city right now.
10-4. We'll wait for
I
you to
also won't have my job title, so.
Oh, okay. Should we see the local doctor?
You can see the local doctor for now until I know if I can get my job title
10-4.
fixed.
God help you when you get your job title.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm just gonna cross. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, but see, nobody hangs out here. Right here, this was the bad area. Legion Square. Oh man. But no, yeah, that server you're talking about, Jay, that was Eclipse Roleplay. Yeah, definitely, bro. We gotta check it out sometime. I don't know how many players they have, but they're pretty good. They get like 300, 400 players, sometimes 200. You don't have to worry about this glitchy like traffic.
Alright, 530 dispatch. The gentleman that was involved in the situation.
That was a long walk.
That has the borderline name is going to change his name.
10-4.
Bum 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 bum. Wow. People are crazy here today.
Charlie, you back in?
Trying.
Oh,
yeah.
Hello, officer.
Oh, hey, what's going on? How can I help you?
I just have a cruiser here that I need to release into police custody just so I don't get responsible if someone comes and steals it from your lot.
Oh, okay. Is it locked or did they leave it open?
It is unlocked. I was able to fix it. I just don't know who the owner of it was, who the officer that owned it was.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll go ahead and report the plate to it, take it to dispatch, and then don't call out the officer that's out there. They're probably looking for it.
Probably. And what was your name, officer?
It's gonna be Officer Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I have you listed here as the releasing officer of the vehicle, basically releasing all responsibility to whoever does get stolen after it leaves my possession. It says that I released it to you. Can I just get your signature here on the line? Liability and stuff, you understand?
Yeah, sure, no problem. All right, just sign here.
Yeah, just right there. And then one more signature on the very last line on the right.
All right.
Do I have a helper in the
Perfect.
city?
Okay, thank you very much, Officer Gonzalez. If you need any repairs or anything, we got a few mechanics on duty.
Sounds good. I'm glad you guys are around. People's been asking about you guys.
We're back. Well, you have a wonderful day. Thank you for your service.
You too.
Let me put my vehicle somewhere and lock it.
All right, let's see what vehicle we got here, guys. We'll just do it this way. Do it the easy way. What the?
Hey, when you get us, can you unlock the gate? I don't know how I got locked in.
Oh, no problem. I got you.
Thanks.
All right. You should be okay, I think. Okay. Alright. 593 here. Officer Daniels, I have your cruiser here dropped off by the mechanics. It's at Mission Row in the parking lot.
Daniels is 1042, I believe.
Oh, 10-4.
We'll get it.
10-4. Yeah, it seems unlocked. I just didn't want any pedestrians grabbing it.
Looks like you had a interesting first day ever as an officer.
Oh yeah, I still got my raincoat on. I'm trying to change it. I just never can make it there.
Ignore the fights. Oh, there's a shot though. Ooh, another.
Yeah, it's insane. But it's nothing wrong with it. I think this will definitely keep us on our toes.
Alright, there's a lot of shots fired happening.
Yeah.
I, for some reason, can't see where they're happening.
What's the 20, Del Perro?
Probably right at me. There's two guys with guns.
Lost my cruiser. Dang it. Okay, so if it's not here. Dang it. Impound lot. Where's
We can't see your blip there. Oh, Domino, are you there? (501) to 530 direct. Damn it!
the police impound? But it's not that one. Where's the regular impound?
501 to 109 direct.
He may be assisting.
Huh.
He's definitely.
Yeah, I'm 1013, but yeah, 109 is assisting someone.
10-4.
There's the garages. Yeah, the tattoos kept disappearing. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's a common thing. You know what, man? This more player base is cool, but it's like glitchy. Jobson is like Legion. Yeah, I think I regret that photo every server. It doesn't matter where you're at. There's always going to be a hot zone. Let me think. I gotta get over there, but I don't wanna. You know what? Where the heck is it? Where's the police impound?
501 plus 1
Scrapyard?
is 1026, a pillbox with a downed officer. Code 3.
Shoot. Never had my car get destroyed before, so I don't know where it would be at. They do. I think they do. But I think it's like Icely, like I don't think it's like marked. Dude, this server has a lot. Like honestly, in terms of development, there's a lot of cool things. But some of it's like really complex. So here in this corner here, all right here, these are the houses where they have the furniture houses. So I bought one just to try it.
In the eyes in this.
So where the?
Who just jailed Leon McCain?
That's a negative.
How?
It might be from maybe one of the demons from out of the city.
10-4. Might be an alien.
Yeah. It's not marked. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't know where the cars are. Where the heck is the impound? Honestly, dude, I have no idea. Police impound? No.
Can't confirm. We have an alien in the city. Be careful, everyone.
Usually it's like a picture of a car, but that's not the case here. We got this, which is the dealership. What's this pink stuff? Sell bottles. That's driver's ed. Dude, where is it?
501 will be 10-7 for about 5 mics.
That was it. That's what we failed at. Oh my god, Jay, you remember that, dude? Like, do you so remember that? Is my headphones ain't even plugged in. I gotta plug them in. Last thing I need is for them to die. I mean,
5:30 to any officer. I'm gonna send a guy your way. He's the jailed one.
I don't know where to go, guys.
10-4.
I think it's the scrapyard.
Did you say who jailed him?
No, I did not see.
I don't know if it's a scrapyard. Shoot.
506 plus 1's going to be attempting a 1011 on a vehicle. We're south Elgin Ave, Pillbox. Gonna be over by ammunition.
Dang it. Notifications.
Occupied 2 times.
What the? The heck is that? What the? I don't like the other cruiser, man. Wait here, I'll show you guys what the cruisers look like, what the options are. We got the bicycle, right? We got this bad boy right here, police bike. Oh yeah. We got the cruiser. Then we got this one. Then we got this one. This is the one a lot of people like. This is the one I was driving. And then we got this one. Then we got this one. Some of them even have no sirens on them. We got this one. We got the Noose truck, tactical response unit. Here we have this one. This one's the sheriff's, the SUV. Then we got this one. Oh, there's canines in this game too. You actually can get dogs. Nice, I can see you chase someone with a bike. Oh gosh, what are we gonna do?
Great.
Oh, this ain't good. Should Oh, this ain't good. Oh, that's bad news.
Is everybody in jail now?
Negative. I'm not. Are you?
No, I'm still flying in, but you said that, or he said that, and then there's a lot going on. My brain is confused. It's fine.
Yeah. I did see what got put in the sky chat though. I'm guessing that was an issue.
I'm not currently in the city, so I'm not sure.
People really hack, really. Come back, sir. I'm not chasing you on his bike. Get back over here. Get up here now. Okay. Hold on, guys. Yeah. Do we have any one of the government officials handling this situation?
We're trying. We're trying so hard.
Uh-oh. Oh, no! No! Yeah, I gotta put some of this air freshness. I got these like automatic air fresheners that sprays automatically because I'm lazy. I just gotta put it in. The boss told me never put any in. I mean, that's how lazy I am. I need a snack. I'm tired. I got a headache. Complaining too much. Oh, dear geez Louise. I like laying down. Maybe some pizza will make me feel better. Right? Yeah, true. Very true.
Are you guys able to unjail?
Yep.
Yeah, could you go to PD and unjail what we try to do? I'm so sorry, guys.
No problem. So the citizens are physically getting jailed at the moment?
10-9?
Citizens are actually getting jailed at the moment?
Like, they're currently?
Yeah.
It doesn't go like on a record or anything, but yeah, the hacker has it where he.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Everybody, yes.
Yep. So if you could just tell everyone to go to PD and then
Can we
you
get
will
528
unjail
out of
them.
here?
What? What? Who's that?
He VDM'd me just now.
528.
Just ran me over while I was doing the traffic stop.
528, you said?
10-4.
Oh, that'd be a negative. The cells look empty. Anyone here? Huh. Wow. Oh no. Hmm. All right, I need to all this territory. Ooh. Yeah, this PD looks a lot different though, Jay. I don't know if you've seen it before. Look down here, we got the storage, surge, the laboratory. Oh, NPCs come down here. I forgot about that. Hey, what's going on, NPC? How are ya? Shoot. Oh, yeah. I definitely don't want to touch any of these. Oh, yeah. We don't want to touch any of that bad stuff.
Okay, 109 is about 10-8. Is the problem still happening in the cells?
You know, there's a lot of problems.
I think Cheddar's coming.
I checked the cells. It seems clear.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he's actually physically...
I'm gonna go check out with the job centers. Someone just put something in.
Did you guys check the Bolingbroke cells? Because there's still, I'm still getting prayers about people needing unjailed.
10 for it. Are you able just to reply to one of them and tell them to do an assist so I can go over there?
Yep, they're all at Bolingbroke.
Okay.
Yeah, see, here's where we do the mug shots right here.
Magic trick over there then.
Dum 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 dum.
501 is back 10-8.
Yeah, look at this. They did a full interior on this thing, man. It's so nice. You should have saw it. They did the hospital, bro, and it was amazing how they did it. But people were crashing, so they had to remove it. Yeah, so here's the so of course this room is locked, but you go in here. You know, and they got cameras around here too, and they actually can be used. So that was the safe I went to. And speaking of that, oh wow. Yeah. Oh, vehicle chip. 25,000. Bomb diffuser. Or dang, 25,000. The vehicle chip will come in handy though. No, I don't want to get anything from in there.
What's happening?
Okay.
Make sure I didn't grab anything by accident.
Just so you know, the map has been edited at the prison cells.
What?
Yeah, there is a wall and I can't get to the cell door.
Wow. And then here we have the
I think the other
we can analyze DNA. I think this one is we analyze ammo casings. That's always pretty good. I remember the time we got stuck under the hospital floor, right, dude? Oh gosh. Yeah, let me show you the cameras real quick. Yeah, look at this. Even interior. Look, I can even see outside from out here. See, there's the garage. And you can go out through these doors. Amazing. Then we got this room up here. Which is really cool. Best of all, I have access to the oh hey, actually I can't do it. Oh, it won't let me. Anyway, I can access these cameras and I can look around Los Santos, but it's not working right now. Okay.
Are any of you in MRPD?
I'm at Mission Row. Oh my god, vending machines. Yeah, I talked to them about it, so hopefully it'll get added. Oh, Grove Street. Oh, shoot.
Verify the local files.
I.
Hey, do I have money on me? I got $100. Let me just buy a bike. Or, you know what? Hold on, let me see. It's $100 anyway.
Attempting to fly back out because now I'm invisible to myself.
Oh no!
And to others, so I mean...
$501 plus 1 is 1076 to the jail.
I have... It's... Oh god, I've got it sorted up here.
Cheddar is asking us to go up there.
Oh, what the heck? Well, these are the original ones. That's kind of cool for a van, right? So this one doesn't have lights on the sides, but it's got the lights in the back. Oh, this one doesn't light up, but this one's actually a police car one. Unmarked taxi. There's a SWAT car. This one's got the little side rails that you can sit on. We'll give you a ride to jail, right? Right? Which cruisers do I have? I don't know if we're allowed to have these.
Okay. Now can you do me? Yeah, I'm not jailed, but you can take me back to PD or something.
I'm gonna need another one anyway, why not? Yeah. This one's okay. Not the best of the best, but... Alright, let's go get change.
Is everything all good now?
I believe so. It's currently double checking.
Whoa! It's the same car always flying. Yeah, I don't know if this one's gonna let me, Ooh, what the... Of course that fell. Let me go to my house. Yeah, let me show you how empty my house is right now. Like, there's nothing there. Like, I need to... I don't know if they fixed... Let me see if they upgraded anything yet. I wish I had a garage at my house. It'd be nice.
That looks like they're almost baiting us to go to Grove Street.
Yeah, I believe so. Number 3,200, one Grove Street, and then one military. Military guns?
Yeah, so this is my house right here. I don't have anything in here. Look at my house. It's empty. I don't have a bed. I don't have nothing. I'm too cheap. That's how cheap I am.
Is anybody getting any actual shots fired?
I received 2, 3. There's one there as well. But that's a different area. I just saw 2 for Grove Street like 30 seconds ago.
Templar, I didn't get any of those, so...
Why is this not working?
Grove Street.
Oh wow, it never saved. That's wardrobe, but we don't have storage yet. Okay, at least they added the clothing. But this is what I'm supposed to be wearing. Ew, nasty brown walls. I know, man. I needed. You could decorate though. They have a furniture system. See, I have this, and then I buy furniture. Then I get to choose like what I want.
I'm gonna head to
You could do like
job center, find out what's going on if in case another wall's been built.
Wait, how the heck do I stop? Yeah, so let's say like I'm in here.
5012 LPD, please do not go to Grove Street.
Step forward.
It's them trying to bait cops or do something, and we don't have enough officers on to do that, so.
Alright, let's see
deal
here.
with it tonight.
Beds, I could do like a medium bed. And then I can just like move it around. I forgot how to do this. Yeah, see?
Okay, I can confirm a wall has been built in the job centre. Anyone that enters is stuck.
501+1 needs to get armor and will be 1076 to your location. ASAP?
Yeah. How do I cancel this again? Let's get back outside real quick. Oh, okay. Remix. $100 for a bed? Right?
This is my question to all of you. Riot gear.
Oh! Wow, that was weird. Always keep the GPS tracker on your car so you can locate it. Oh. That was a very good jam. Yes, it was. Alright, so that's the house. So it's not bad. There's no storage though, so I can't use it to like store anything. Alright, so let me think. I'm actually lightweight freezing. See something here. What is going on? Ooh. See. All right, let's take a look here.
$501 to $506.
Go ahead.
You see my cruiser?
Oh, I put it away because it was beat up.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look here.
Sinner's Passage. Where is that?
Right? No, believe it or not, bro, they log it on here, bro. They don't play around. This ain't Kingpin, dude. The developer, I'm gonna tell you right now, the developer, I used to roleplay with him on San Andreas multiplayer, so he's very well aware of what corruption can be. So he's already a step ahead of the game. Every time you deposit and withdraw an item, it creates a log file, and they can track that, bro. It's trackable. That's why that locker looks so nice. Because on Kingpin, you couldn't track it. People were corrupting it. People were like smuggling guns and doing all that. People got fired out here instantly, bro. It's detectable.
Helper able to assist me real quick?
I'm attempting to fly back in still.
Yeah. What's your 20?
I need one that has the helper.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You should fly for it.
I did at one point in this city. I just I forgot about it. There we go. It's cold. I'm freezing now. I'm freezing. You'll be fired fast, yeah.
As soon as I'm in, I'll let you know, and if you still need assistance, I can come with you.
Yep.
Da. Okay. Weird.
Someone free to come on jail this person?
Ooh, it's cold. Yeah, no, I know, bro. I know everybody's doing it.
Someone able to give my location and unjail this person? I'm kind of dealing with these situations at the same time.
I'm still invisible, but I can help you if needed.
Let me go to the scrapyard. I can't take it anymore. Let me go to the scrapyard, guys. Yeah. I don't like this FPS I'm getting, bro. Like in this game. Okay, so here's the thing. Once I disconnect from FiveM, I get like 150 plus FPS. But once FiveM establishes a connection, it's like boom, down in between 30 to 60. But it's playable. It's not bad. It's doable, I guess. I can deal with it. I need to get a, you know what I need to do? What the? I need to get a mod chip. I want to mod chip my car. I got the money anyway. It's gonna make my cruiser better. Yeah, the mod chip will help us increase our cruiser, which is good. The heck?
Two needs a kickaroo.
662.
Oh no. It's an NPC? What the heck? Holy macro, what's wrong with my
Charlie, would I be able to bring you to me, or are you in the city?
Did all the people at the job center get free?
Yeah.
Did one of the staff members just spawn a vehicle?
Negative. I need PayPals.
Yeah, I didn't want to get close to this guy. He was just using an assault rifle outside PD and sped off in a vehicle he spawned in.
buy ticket, give trash? What?
PD.
I don't get it.
No, I don't see you now.
Fuck me, man.
Yeah, there's like 3 aliens.
Honestly, I don't know where the regular impound is. It's not like the other servers. Huh.
Nobody has the power to.
Gotta be a player's car, right? I just remember that people are getting taken out of jail. I'm gonna cut some slack.
Fucking issues.
Oh.
I don't know. I
Where
don't know.
are you at?
Yeah, let me go to the police impound. Screw it. Maybe it's there.
Yeah, I'm trying. I don't see you.
Let's go take a look at it.
See if you can ask for assistance and I can come to you that way. Or if anybody you're with.
Oh boy. So here's the police impound. The police station works, so that's kind of cool. Wow, Trix. Yeah, so the police impound, the cars, you take them here. Cannot be an unknown vehicle owner. Okay, anyway, can't do it there, but there'll be like a slip that pops up and we can like impound cars and we can put the amount it will cost. Payment terminal? What the? Impound vehicles. Oh, these are the, why was this vehicle impounded? Found at the scene of assault and battery. Person owning this vehicle wanted for questioning. Wow. See, they'll have to come here and unlock it. Here's the amount, 3,000, 3,000, 10,000. Wow. That's nice. See, that's why I like this developer, man. He makes this remind me of like GTA San Andreas so much. Vehicle unimpounded form. Why was my vehicle impounded? What? Shoot, I don't, so we can't go in here then. Never mind. Where the heck is the local impound? I don't get it. Honestly, dude, I don't even know where it is. Local impound, where the heck is it? What is this? Bowling? Okay. I don't know. It'd be pretty dumb for me to ask, but I seriously don't know. Thank you guys. Appreciate those big time.
I'll put him in jail, Willow.
Thank you, Hazel. Tell him to change the ped completely.
501 dispatch, we have gunshot fire here at the mechanic shop.
User joined your channel.
I want to shoot a firework at him.
Working on it.
Alright, I'll check. Yeah, I have no idea, dude. Impound. I don't know where the impound would be. There's a scrapyard. I don't even know what the purpose of the scrapyard is.
There's a lot going on.
Watch out for these fire bombs.
Honestly,
1099. Oh no, 10.
no idea.
What's your ID?
I have no
I got a new one anyway. I don't know.
Like my number?
She's number 450.
I need to relog. I'm glitched like a son of a
I
gun.
also need, let's see here. 533 picked up. It's Cav.
Oh, 41 players. Look at it. Still good. Still going. The other one had like food in it though.
That'll work.
Any clothing store?
It should, yeah.
Oh, they go here.
Or whatever.
Wow.
Any clothes store should work at the front one.
You gotta be kidding me.
Option. Tell them that.
Well, there's no impound? What?
Cheddar.
Well, that's not very punishing.
Am I mute? Am I deaf?
Yeah, what's
I'm
up?
confused. Okay. Can you get a 533 for me?
Yeah, well, police impound is the only way it actually gets impound.
Nope. This is Cav, and he's standing right in front of me, dead from Alien.
Charlie, you still have the Michael skin. I did?
I'm invisible.
Oh shit, I did the wrong person.
Hell. There's a taco truck on top of me now.
Should be good.
That was my poor driving.
I hate this. I can't walk around. I'm gonna have to take a nap.
Not gonna ask. I got the green light, but yet this guy, oh, I'm supposed to stop. Oh boy. If these ATMs actually work, let's find out. Yeah, they do. Better be police impound. If not, because something wrong, I think my game crashed. Oh yeah. So the thing is, the way the garage system works in this game is a little different. Okay. Where you store it is where your car is gonna always be. You can change like there's different parking spots. Like if I park my car here, it's always gonna be here at this garage. Now there's garages throughout the city. You get to choose. But if you go to another garage, your car is not going to be there. It's only at the last garage you parked it at. That's the only downside. And you have no furniture here. Right, dude. It's messed up, bro. It is truly messed up. I got no furniture, but I'm about to put a mod chip in my car. That's crazy. Alright, so we have DNA analyzer, ammo analyzer, thermal goggles, vehicle chip, and bomb diffuser. Hey, thermal goggles are expensive.
Cheddar Bob 658, I believe, is the guy that spawned a vehicle outside PD and started shooting assault rifle everywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna change some things on the stream here though, so pretty soon. This is gonna be like a laid back week.
Blew out. What was the?
I still got the money put away though for the giveaway though, guys. We're gonna end that on the 30th. Hopefully everybody gets their get their tickets in. Actually, you know what? Let me eat real quick.
Who's currently with me crossing
Potato
the street
chips.
right now, jumping.
10-4.
Tease.
Greg, I've got it. I can kick him if you need time.
There you go. Looking good. Oh, gunshots. Alright, so how would I use it? Do I have to do it while I'm in here? Oh, connecting chip to vehicle. Hmm. Look at this, tuner chip. Braking. Ooh,
So
weak
if people are
strong.
stuck in the job center, what are we doing about that? Are you teleporting them?
Yeah, I'm spinning them out.
Turbo.
Is there still a wall there?
Yeah. Sucks because I don't see it. Like, I was over there, I'm like, I don't see what you guys see.
The heck is this? Gyro bias?
All, so.
What does this mean?
I'm the chosen one.
I don't even know what this is. Ignition timing?
Are you in the city again?
Yeah.
If I can get you to me, I might have you with me to, like, when I bring them out, to you kind of be their guide.
Oh my god. We don't get those, do we? No, not right now, but they will be public soon. Right now, the PD gets it first.
Right outside, and I can just go right to you.
Sounds good.
That's what I said, bro. There's so much on this server, bro. It's got its issues, but you know what? There are great players on here. Right now, there's just... These are all, like, new players joining. I don't know who the heck they are. Alright, let's take a look here. So, what the heck is that? So, drive bias? What does that mean? The drive bias is one of the 7 types of hypothetical, whatever the heck that is, space drive suggested by the breakthrough propulsion physics program. But the bias drive would alter the properties of the space itself. Wait, no, this is whatever. Since the engine is typically the heaviest component of a car, putting it near the rear axle usually results in more weight over the rear axle than the front. Commonly, oh, so right now the driving is in the rear. The farther back the engine, the greater the bias. So keep it back.
Somebody's over here just popping people.
Shift kit. What's a shift kit?
What's this on, Tony?
Sniper.
Sniper.
Oh my god.
Shift kit. Most vehicle owners are willing to live with the faster shift patterns in exchange for the extended durability and added fuel economy. Plus...
Jay, is this your car?
Yeah, just take it. Take it.
Isn't it bulletproof?
Kind of.
Oh boy, I'm scared. I am scared.
Are you able to pick 328 up, Clyde?
Is that all I need to do?
I can't drive your car.
Thank you.
Is he good?
Yep, he's good.
Alright, 10-4.
Oh, I keep the vehicle chip? It is rear-wheel drive.
People are getting jailed again?
Let's test this.
There's 5 people here at the job center.
Do you want me to head up to jail? Because
I'm gonna go this way.
And you deal with the stuff I can't help with?
Teamwork is dream work.
Oh yeah, it drives better. Oh yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
Yep.
Me and Clyde head
It
up to
works.
jail, you do the stuff we can't help with.
Okay.
Hey, look at that. Look at that.
I'm just at the PD. There's a couple of people at PD. I'm just.
Ooh.
I'm at Pillbox.
Oh, 10-4.
Wow, 150. What the? Dude. That's crazy. Whoa.
Charlie, are you like in the city? Like fully in the city?
This is also fucked, man.
Okay, let
People are
me.
down in front of me, but they're telling me in the noob that they're over at PD actually. Like, oh my god.
I just wish trunk space was a bit more. I just want nobody taking and stealing my vehicle chip.
Where are you dropping his cruiser off?
Holy macro.
The guys at PD are dealt with.
Jay, I have your car.
It's
What would you like me to do with it?
I'm just on the car, and I'll grab it.
Okay, we're at the mechanic shop again.
Oh, you at the mechanic shop now?
Oh my god, the king. But you know what though, Jay? You have to understand though, that was our like testing ground, right? That's where we learned.
Yes, you did.
But you know what I need to do? I need to upgrade my car, man.
Okay, Clyde, let's head to the jail. Jay, did you get your car?
I'm just heading to the mechanic store now, behind you.
10-4. I just left it at the mechanic shop. There's lots of people there, like Bella and stuff.
Oh, that takeoff though. Holy moly. Look at this car I got. Now I feel like I'm driving a cop car. I should get the other lights though. We got shots fired at Pillbox.
Alright, when one of you guys has a minute, I've got like 5 or 6 people that are stuck in Job Center.
501 plus 1 is 1076 to the jail.
Hey, man.
Alright guys, let me turn it around real quick. Dang it, I can't get out the car. Oh, my seatbelt. Duh.
Charlie, where are you?
By 9-3 here. We got a dead victim here at Pillbox. I'm gonna go ahead and see what's going on.
Be careful of Pillbox. Apparently, that's where a man
that
with
guy
a
stole that
sniper
car.
that shouldn't have a sniper is.
10-4.
The red one right there.
So, Greg,
Yeah,
Working on it.
so make sure you be careful in this area. There's a lot of reports of crazy activity.
That guy right there.
For one,
This individual right here on the ground?
No, the guy that just took off in the red car. I just tried to tell you, he's like, yeah, that's okay, you're doing me a favor by towing my stolen car.
Huh.
Is
Alright.
good, man?
Do you guys know anything about this individual?
I think that guy that just drove off killed.
Okay. You said red car, right? Because in my eyes, I still see a red car.
No, not that one. The one that was behind my tow truck.
Okay.
So OC and IC because of all this shit.
Yeah,
no
worries.
What about 623? What do you do this time?
Holy shit. So you might want to clear the area. I think it's dangerous here. Oh shoot. Get out of here.
Oh, he's not gonna be happy.
Nobody at the jail?
Oh yeah, that's it.
PD jail.
Or was it PD jail? No, we were at the other one.
Yeah. Dang it. No EMS on.
Charlie, are you at
This
the
is
Job Center or where are you?
This is annoying. Oh. Yep, confirmed sniper there at Pillbox. I'm pulling out.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was at the mechanic shop. He took out Clyde and Coleman.
Did anyone get an ID? I know it's a sniper, so.
Yeah. It seems like he's across the street from Pillbox at the main entrance. My front windshield was shot, so it looks like it came from the westbound direction.
I'm gonna head over there. I'll be bait if you want.
Do I have permission to get a sniper out?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, go
can I
for
use it?
No, Greg, I need you doing something. Greg, I need
Bro.
My menu.
I don't care. I don't care what you have.
I'm coming.
Bro.
I have to nap.
Sir, you okay?
Go now. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I was trying to break my cruiser out.
Oh, do I see a door or?
No, you do not see a
I'm gonna be
door.
bait
Oh, may I ask what happened?
If someone goes me.
Well,
701, did you get your job?
do you want the honest story?
Just brief it up. Tell me whatever's.
Well, I stole his car and it didn't have a door.
Oh. Okay. 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 Cause I was gonna ask because just whatever you do, just stay away from Pillbox. Supposedly we have a possible sniper in that area, so you might want to stand clear.
Different looking cruiser.
Oh wow.
Yeah. We're investigating it now, so if you have any leads, just message them or just call the police.
A sniper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at my windshield next to you to the right, you see that bullet that tried to penetrate right through my windshield there.
Okay.
Get a helicopter and we're gonna go over to Pillbox with a sniper.
Yeah, I've just
10-4.
been killed at Pillbox. He's on the bridge.
It's insane.
Across the FIB blood.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a down victim there, and another individual got shot in front of me, and I got in the car and I got shot at. Luckily, I'm okay. I got no wounds, but my vehicle got hurt.
Yeah, I saw a guy jumping super high earlier.
Yeah, there might be some alien activity going on. It's being worked on. If you have any leads, just go ahead and contact the government. They'll take care of it.
Was he in a suit?
We're not sure.
Oh, there was this one guy that shot at me with an AR right out here. Suit.
Oh.
I contacted the police, but I got no response.
Yeah. So our police system, I'm gonna be completely honest, is a bit wonky at the moment. We just got our cats fixed from the mechanics. They came and fixed it for us, but right now we can receive like messages. We won't get calls, so just make sure you don't try calling.
Okay.
Yeah. So that way you're not like wasting your time out there. I wish it worked, but it doesn't. But it's getting worked on.
Firearms.
That's
and
good.
Vehicles.
What is that?
A CAD system? Because I know you guys do a different CAD, right?
Yep. That's gonna be us looking for the sniper. All right. I will. I'm gonna have to get going.
Alrighty, man.
Be careful out there.
I will.
Oh shit.
I can see the sniper.
Oh gosh, now that I think about it.
Construction building.
Oh man. Do I have blood on my left arm here? Do you see anything?
Your left arm?
Yeah.
Taking off with the departure to the north.
Do I look okay?
You seem fine.
Okay. Maybe I'm just seeing things. All right. Appreciate it. Okay, let me hurry up and get back in here, guys. I gotta get more armor. Looks like I'm bleeding.
Yeah, check the construction building. Bullet come from that way.
He's been taken care of.
Thank you.
No, I wanted to snipe him.
You guys can still fly around.
Still
Okay, I'm outside the job center.
Yeah, I got blood on me. My arm is bleeding, but I don't have no blood coming out. Wow, that guy aimbotted me. There's no way he aimed that perfect. How does the right side of my window get shot and my left arm got hit? I totally don't get how that just happened. And let's get back down here. Yeah, I wish he was here to help me, bro. We could be patrolling together. Ugh, I need health. Shoot. I like how this is all free. I ain't got to pay nothing. But the mod chip, though, that's pretty cool.
Turn the spotlight on.
G.
Oh, hey. Hey, any, did you guys, the sniper was taken care of, if I heard correctly? Okay.
Yeah, he's been deported.
Oh, thank goodness. I was gonna say,
Come pick me up.
if you saw the way I got shot, didn't make no logical sense.
Yeah, the sniper at Pillbox has been deported. Don't worry.
Copy that. Appreciate it.
Two guys down outside the job center, I think.
Oh, 10-4.
10-4. Is there still a lot of activity there?
10-4.
Oh, shoot.
Can I get somebody to the job center? There's literally like 6 or 7 guys in here and they're all pissed off.
10-4, 76.
I'm on my way.
I've already told them that and they don't give a fuck. So I told him to fuck off, and I walked away.
The two people standing in the
Wow, this car is fast now.
new person. Please don't snipe me.
No sniping going on. We're just looking.
Yeah, 10-4. There's there is a lot of activity because those guys are super pissed.
Am I getting that torch at my face, please?
Damn.
Boo.
Should I bring out the staff one?
Looks like you guys got your hands full, that's for sure.
It's literally just me too. Like I'm the only 900.
What the heck?
It's fun.
Damn.
If there's anything like if you get RDM, VDM, just send in a report. Please give me any like Steam names. That's super helpful.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Whoa!
We're getting a lot.
Actually, I think I know that guy.
Oh
my god. Greg, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Well, good luck.
Hey man, there's a firefight. How do I get a job? It's like blocked off.
Temporarily right now. Have you been given a job or have you accepted a job?
No, I just joined the server.
Okay. Temporarily, the job building is currently down. It's currently being sorted. All right.
All right. So okay. Have a good day.
So like, can we just get free money?
I don't actually have money on me right now. We're just currently
Yeah, he just did.
Situation out, and then we'll get you set up with some jobs. Okay.
All right, bet, bro. Peace out.
No worries, dude.
Deuces, cuh. Fuck the police. Oh,
yeah, I guess all this car.
Yeah.
Does anyone else see that white vehicle?
That affirmative, I do too.
Store. Go to a clothing store. Go ahead.
So how do you like recreate your characters since I'm a bald?
Holy crap.
Go to a clothing store.
Okay, thanks.
So those all help.
Does anybody need a
I'll,
ride to the clothing store?
You know, I mean, I would, but I'm kind of still.
I think that's OC going on there.
All right, guys. If you're bald with white shirts. Oh shit. What?
Pray for me. I'm going after the white car.
Oh, man, what a ride!
Oh, JK.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I code 0 in the helicopter.
Uh-oh.
It's falling out of the sky, people. Oh god.
What the hell's going on here? There's too much. There's too many players.
I want to die, Hazel.
Oh yeah, this is the starting point, I think.
Crazy.
Oh.
How do we get rid of that wall?
I don't know.
Which one is it? Oh, by the door?
Yep.
Can I get a ride?
What the heck happened here? Holy moly.
I don't see anything here, do you? Why are you running away from me?
I don't even know what's going on here, guys. This is weird. Oh gosh.
Can you do me a favor? Head over to the clothing store.
Me.
Cheese stick, asshole! You're kidding me, right?
Alright. So what exactly is going on here? I'm confused.
You know, a little bit of everything. Lots of things are happening.
So we had what, gunshots, explosions, fights, and deaths, and the usual Los Santos things. Okay.
Yeah. We can't even restart the city.
Interesting. Oh, that's even worse. It's
Yep.
even the locals have gone local, if you know what I mean.
I'm just sitting here. I don't give a fuck anymore.
The alien invasion started.
I'm just gonna sit here and cry.
Oh god, I'm falling. Oh god.
What's your 20?
Oh god, I am 10-13 on top of a building.
49 players. That's pretty good.
I'll bring him.
Ooh wee! What the deuce?
Where did he? Clyde.
Hey.
There he is.
Clyde? 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 Are you here?
I'm here. I'm just like dead, like in front of you guys walking around me.
What? I don't see him.
Alright. No one sees you.
I think, let me see if my eyes are clean. Is that you?
That's me. Hello.
Alright. That's my twin.
Yeah.
Yay.
Clyde.
Clyde.
Thank
Alright.
you.
All right, guys, go.
Oh, that was good.
Go on patrol. Oh shit.
No, fucking don't tell me what to do ever.
Where'd the helicopter go? It's gone. Isn't
It's
it?
gone. It's gone.
Yeah, we're not getting any notifications. It's coming through, but can't see where.
Clock off and on. It's at El Ron store.
Bishop Road?
Ride, yes please.
Robbery in
Go to-
progress.
Robbery. I'm gonna clock off and be the
531 1076 to Route 1090 at El Rancho Boulevard liquor store.
I am going to
Are you
kind
busy
of.
doing
What's
other
up?
things? I'm
Yep,
talking to
that's-
Cheddar.
Yeah.
Touched
Like, Greg, no, you are the only one who can ban. Greg, if anything, you should clock off, bitch.
1023, one vehicle outside.
Oh my god.
Ah, he's so. Man.
Oh god. Oh god.
Alright.
Thank
Greg. I'm gonna
No problem.
murder him.
I need to get this bad boy fixed real quick. Let me see if it saves.
I need you. You're the one.
Oh, the problem is I got. Ooh.
Liquor store El Rancho. Right behind
They're
TV.
on their way.
How do I know which one is what? You know what? Let me take out the other one.
This is
I'm
unfortunate.
coming. 1 sec.
This is unfortunate circumstances where we actually have to work together.
501 to dispatch. I just got a call from Belle saying there's an RDMer somewhere. She didn't give me a location. She just went, oh, I'll take care of it and hung up on me.
Oh my god.
Clyde! Oh, what is this cruiser here?
Oh man, I think I left it here. I'm sorry. Do you want me to put it back?
Oh, that's
Is it
sick. Whose is this? Whose is
That's
this?
that PD. It's like that.
What the
special
fuck?
one that
Okay.
you guys are supposed to have.
Wait, this is my new
No,
car.
no,
Thanks.
this is no. I will fight you
Thanks.
for it.
Okay.
Finally,
See ya.
came in.
See what the government's holding out on us?
Oh my, I want it.
Dude, this is mine.
Yo, we are now living in Dubai, not Los Santos.
And it's got the nice numbers on the back. Look at that.
What? I'm so
Don't-
jelly right now. Whose
That's-
car is this?
It's not in the shop yet. I shouldn't be driving it, but I am.
Yeah, that's
It's a special occasion.
How did you get that?
That is a very nice cop car, right? Very nice indeed.
Oh, wow. We should be driving these.
Probably imported it from Dubai.
I should get one of these.
Oh yeah, I hope the service stays full like this all the time.
Where's mine? Alright, I'm going to do something, I guess.
Greg, you see that?
I'm.
Oh gosh, what the?
6'5".
Oh gosh,
Is on VDMing. Yeah.
what the heck?
That was interesting.
Did he just trip over his shoelace?
Yeah, and then he
You need to check yourself before you
yeah.
hurt yourself.
Thank you.
Oh, I do got a question for you guys.
You want me to go to the liquor store? Here.
So, if the city's gonna continue being the way it is, what do we do to get the bass passes or whatever for the toll gates?
It doesn't make a sound. Oh no.
Uh-oh. I'll take.
Is anybody else not getting any of the pings on the map?
No, it's been like...
Yeah, I do. You
I'm
may need to
getting
flatten
none.
it out. Take a nap, yeah.
501's gonna quickly take a nap.
109 is going to be 10:42 for the night. Good luck.
Oh boy.
Good one.
No, please.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a nap too.
Oh god, I gotta take a nap. Stuck in my garage.
I hope the government fire a nuclear weapon tomorrow.
Just imagine they got 128 player slots available. I think it's like so early into. I don't think it's like worth it. But 64 is nice. I think 64 is a pretty nice size. That's I'm okay with that. It would be a good look at you, Jay. You're so evil, bro. You got like this innocent looking persona. We're gonna go ahead and reload that really quick, guys. Get that reload. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, yeah. All right, so we're loaded back in, which is good. I think you guys can see what's going on here.
Greg, I need you to come to where I'm at.
What's your 20?
You're just gonna have to come to me through magic.
Innocent until found guilty. They do trials on here too. Believe it or not, they did a few trials on here, which was actually ran pretty good. It's a little time consuming, but it's really nice. I like it.
You're right
But sometimes people get locked up for life in this game, so you gotta be careful whatever crimes you do. It just depends.
Greg, I need you to kick everyone that's in the store except for the guy that just went in.
Yo, select plays. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
No, they just keep RDMing each other.
Why did it do that? Just no murder. Say what? Yo, man, Magic. Jay's over here, man. He's waiting for you, bro. Why you don't add this on Call of Duty already, bro? Man, look at that 250 FPS. I love that. 250 down to 50. Dang. I need more money. I'm broke. Yo, that ship is awesome, bro. I think a couple of them did slip out into the city, but they're nice.
Thanks.
Okay.
I
Shoot.
don't know.
Dang it.
I saw the message in the sky about PD, and I was
Gotta back out and get back in there again, guys. It screwed up on me. I can't clock in and out. Here to shame today.
User disconnected from your channel.
I'm glad I took the music out. I really am. There's a lot of like weird things to download. Yeah, there's a lot of mods on the server though. It's really nice, dude. There's a lot of like custom things to it. There's still so much more they can't do, but that's the purpose of development. You know, I will have to say that this community is really based on feedback. I made a lot of suggestions and they implemented quite a few, and so did everyone else. So that's a really good sign. So this community is community focused. They got rid of the good music? Yeah. Well, I'm kind of glad because that's copyright. But it was good music though. I remember I had that song on when I used to play Fallout 4. That was my menu music, so that was really cool. Guys, save your retro coins, guys, because remember, what's today? The 22nd. We got 8 days left. That's it. And then I'm going to close it up and then we're going to open up the raffle. I just got to pick a day to open it. We'll probably do it like on the next stream. I need a snack on something. Thomas, you make me some chicken, bro? Jay, you're going to make me a gyro? I'll take a chicken and a gyro at the same time. I'll eat both. At the same dang time. Eating gyros, eating chickens at the same dang time. Ooh. My hands are cold. I'm like
people inside the police station.
10-4. I am just flying back in.
Wait.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
Well, there's
I'll go to that casino call.
I should probably go take him to the hospital now.
Yeah.
Back in the city,
Yeah, I'll take him to the hospital.
The PD? I mean, the jail?
Don't worry, buddy. I'll get you to the hospital.
I'll come with.
It's just a little flesh wound.
Oh, what happened?
I was trying to hack the police cameras, and then he hit me, and then Tilly took care of him.
Oh gosh.
He's fine.
Trying to
Just
hack
a
the
flesh
police
wound.
cameras.
Yeah, he was over there fucking with your computers, and I came over. I was like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And he like shoved me, and then he like kicked me, and then he punched me.
still here.
I was like,
Oh,
"Whoa,
boy.
dude!" And then he came around the corner until he just gave him the good little jab, jab, with a toothpick, and gave him a real blood splatter.
Somebody's got to win it, man. I'm serious.
I guess he deserved it.
Dallas?
Oh, hey, yeah. Sorry, no, I was just I was out of my head. It came back in my head because my head was crashing. I think it's all that sugar I drank.
Can you be desk duty clerk?
Yeah, no problem. I love paperwork.
Can you watch anybody coming into PD, and if a lot of people suddenly gets transported into jail, can you just let them out?
Yeah, no problem.
Want this?
What is that?
It's a flare.
Just go
Yeah,
put it
we're
in
told to
evidence.
come to PD. Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
we're told to come down to
It
PD.
usually ends up in the
Man, look at the crimes right now.
Yeah, with our weapons.
I can't do this.
Put them in the evidence.
This script is not made for a lot of players. Holy moly.
10-4.
That motorcycle man just ran over that man.
Here, let me actually confiscate them off you if you don't mind me searching you.
Oh yeah. Actually, well,
Oh yeah,
I have something from earlier.
I'll
actually, this is
Believe it or not,
I'll ignore whatever.
our chief is a female. Jay, can you imagine it? Like, that's a thing that you don't see too often, and it's actually really good that it is. So the department's actually being run pretty good. So far, at least. Yeah, well, I think a lot of them do that, though, even in regular Grand Theft Auto. Right, Thomas?
Do you mind if I take all of these weapons, or is there anything that's yours?
Just a flashlight and bat were mine, and it's a regular pistol.
1050 Ocean King.
Man, there's no smoking in the building. Yeah, but there's still no smoking.
Yeah, right.
No. Look at the sign.
Can I make a report?
Sure, what's up?
Talk to the desk clerk over there.
Yep, right over here.
How's it going, sir?
Pretty good. First, I need you to sign in on that sheet that's right in front of you. Grab the pen, put your first name, last name, print, please, and with the date.
Is that mandatory?
Lord. This is
Yeah. We want to know that you came in and we took care of you and did our job and provided you service.
Here, Cav.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna take that money. I'm gonna give it back, and I'll take the bat and pistol. I'm gonna give it back, but I'm just gonna clear this really quick. Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I had to make a phone call, man.
You're fine. I get paid to stay in here, so it's no problem.
Alright, I think I signed my name.
Alright, no, you're okay. Don't worry, it's alright. Alright, so do you have your or you said you're doing a police report today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just need a driver's license really quick.
Wait, is that him?
Ooh.
Hold on.
Okay. Uh-oh. I had to whisper that so that way.
You have permission to use lethal force. Yep. Go.
Can I borrow your gun?
Clyde, when you do that, run up to him, try to give him something so you get their PayPal.
Oh, I lost my armor. No! No,
Hey,
checks
sir,
act like a cop.
There's two guys riding around in a red Lamborghini located about a couple blocks from here, closest to the strip club down there. And they smashed in my side of my vehicle, got out with guns, and then threatened if I told anybody, they said they would shoot me dead.
When you say guns, what kind of guns would you classify? Like, what did you see what they were?
Yeah, one was a shotgun and the other one was an AR.
I feel like this is a never-ending thing.
Basically. I mean, there was a lot, so.
Okay.
One of them had
Two guys, red Lambo. We got possible shotgun and AR, so they're heavily armed. Look like they have class 2, class 3 weaponry here. What was the location where this incident occurred?
Right by the Golden Slipper. Or I like to call it.
I believe I got all the weapons.
I like to call it my favorite spot, the Gentleman's Club.
How much money did I take off you?
40,000.
Are you familiar with reaching for your driver's license?
Not really, to be 100% with you, but I know it's in my pocket.
Yeah, it's in your pocket. What you're gonna want to do is
wait.
Okay. Uh-oh, here we go. Right.
I can hear him.
I know how to give you my.
There we go. Did I do
give
that?
you money, and I know how to give you a weapon, and.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
So what you're going to do is just go ahead and get that one muscle in your arm there. It's I think it's called your F9 muscle, and twitch that a little bit, and reach for your wallet.
Wait, what was it called? My what?
Your F9 muscle. Just clench that a little bit, and you'll see it should make you reach for your wallet.
I'm about to put 100 weapons into the evidence locker. Did you want me to do that, or?
All right. I think you got it right here. Did you hand it to me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, what name would I see?
10-4.
Alex Maker.
What kind of guns are they?
Everything imaginable.
Okay, Alex Maker. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and hand this document back to you.
I took them all off Cav because.
Do you see it?
He said you guys told him to come down.
Yeah, affirmative. Thank you so much. I got your name written down here. All right, and do you have a phone number we can contact you if anything?
And Aqua helped her.
Honestly, I don't have a job and my phone line's been disconnected, so I can't really.
Don't worry, it's okay. All right. And you know how to get a hold of us. Right now, our landlines is not receiving calls currently. The LSPD is falling a little behind due to funds. So we can receive SMS messages until we get the phone bills paid. We'll definitely receive phone calls again. So let me just make sure we got this clear. We got Alice Maker. We got two guys at a red Lambo with weapons.
Alex. ALEX.
And MAKER for the last name?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so I got you written down here, and you said the incident took place on Golden Slipper. Do you know what the intersection might be, like place-wise? If not, we will find a point of interest, no problem.
No, but it's like 2 blocks from here, like that direction. Like
gotcha.
That direction.
Okay, and was anybody injured during the scene?
Not except my car.
Okay. All right. And did you file a claim for your damages, or did the insurance company already cover it for it? Or?
Whoa! Listen, I'm trying to make a police report over here. I'm trying to make a police report over here. Jeez. Is this like a party in here? You guys having a party?
Okay.
You guys having a party over here? What's going on?
There was some things going on in the city. We're just trying to take care of the citizens here. There was some like alien activity going on. All right, sir. So I think we got you set it up here. If we So these two men threatened you. Can I get a description on them, on the individuals?
All right. Yeah, about my height, bald, white tank top, blue jeans, and looking Hispanic. And the other one was a white male, blue jacket with a white undershirt and jeans.
Okay, and you said the first one was like possibly a Hispanic Latino. What's the second individual?
White male.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, you did say that. Okay.
Looks like a Hillary Clinton supporter.
Gotcha. All right, so we got their vehicle and the way they look. You wouldn't happen to have gotten the license plate by any chance, would you?
No, but it does stick out. It's a red Lambo,
Greg, I'm
like
moving your
two-door.
car.
Two-door red Lambo. Okay, can't really miss that.
Inferno.
Okay. All right, so I got that written down here. We'll definitely be on the lookout for it. And if we do catch these guys and find out that they are armed, that's definitely gonna make you a hero. We're just glad that you didn't get hurt. They did threaten you, however, so we'll definitely get them for harassment. You wouldn't happen to have any you don't have any like dash cam footage or like that installed on your vehicle, do you?
Negative.
Okay. Those come in handy. I definitely recommend it. Future reference. Those help a lot. Or just take out your cell phone, take pictures. Do what you can.
No problem. We'll do.
Yeah. Appreciate you coming in, and I believe I gave your license back. Just double check for me. And we're all set.
Did I give it back? Did I show you my license again?
Yeah, you're okay. I saw it, and I just handed it back on the desk there for you.
No, yeah, but I just wanted to see.
Yeah, no, you did good.
So, all right. So, how many people? How many do you? Are you able to tell me how many officers you have on patrol today?
So the way the city works is they only show a set number. After that, it becomes anonymous.
I'm sorry, sir. Man, you're kind of in my personal space a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Like this personal space?
No.
Right here?
No.
I might need your help out here.
Okay.
I'm on my way. All right, sir.
I'll stand right here over this
Okay,
side.
thank you. Sorry, I just get very anxious when someone stands too close to me.
No, you're okay.
Just pointing at you.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Don't do that? All right, I'm not doing it.
I get a little. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right, sir, but just be careful out there. Like I said, just get those like footages and like dash cams installed on your vehicle that for your safety, and keep your car alarm handy too, so no one like steals your vehicle. We've been getting a lot of Grand Theft Auto reports as well.
You do. Okay, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Have a safe day in Los Santos.
Will do.
Where's he going?
All right. What'd I miss? Oh gosh, what's going on out here?
Hey, Aqua, is this
What's
a
up?
combat pistol?
No.
What is that?
Let me see it again.
Kind of looks like a standard 9M.
Yeah, that's not a combat.
Yeah, hold on, let me see. Now that looks like a.
See, that is a combat.
I have 500 weapons on me right now.
Oh my fucking god. dude.
Until Cheddar comes and takes them, so I'll find my own.
That's not good.
There's a guy RDMing people out here, so I might need your help.
What does he look
Carvel.
like?
Okay.
He just ran Tilly over.
Jeez.
Yeah, let's get him. Go get him.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Did anybody see where that guy who ran Tilly over went?
Yeah.
That one. Oh, bitch. Hey man, you need to go to a tailor. You got some holes in your shirt.
Hey, listen. I'm out of a job right now. I'm unemployed.
Oh, you're good, man.
Oh my
there's a
Alright.
clothing store like
Okay.
2 blocks that way.
Oh my God, Thomas, you're silly, bro.
For free?
Insta got angry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for free.
for free.
around.
What?
Yeah, it's like a goodwill.
Yeah, it's like
It's
a
your
goodwill.
arms.
Guys use
You gotta
clothes.
go to the
I'll
arms
stop
aisle.
walking. Thank you.
And the shoe aisle.
Can I
It's
get
in
an
the arms
Uber
aisle.
or a taxi?
You're in arms. Oh yeah, and the shoes. I guess too. Look weird.
What is that? Are you really making fun of my?
That's a chest, my dog.
My niece
There's-
gave me these. My niece gave me these shoes.
Oh, they're lovely.
Oh,
Never mind.
Takes out to be slick.
Almost as beautiful as hot male Belle.
Blonde male.
Oh my
Hot
god,
male
I'm gonna have
Belle.
nightmares. What do you mean? I have such a
Muscle
baby
car.
face. You're just mad.
Oh,
He's
Gonzalez.
at the job center.
Black muscle car.
Gonzalez.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
Saber,
hold on. Is
possibly.
that him? That he was driving. He had that vehicle. His friend had that vehicle right there. Right there. That vehicle right there. He had that vehicle.
The truck at the end?
Yep.
What I do?
Well, I mean, it doesn't fit the description you gave us earlier, though. But
No. His friend had that one. His friend had that vehicle.
Yeah, I saw a bike and a car.
huh?
Then one of them was riding in the Inferno. The other one, I didn't know what to call that thing. Then now it just pulled up, which is actually perfect.
Yeah, we're both.
But it's
here.
not these two guys. It's definitely not these two guys.
Like
Well,
tucked
I just
away
brought the cop
kind
here.
of behind it a little bit, so that way
My-
when I
my
get
car was,
people out,
stolen
they're
earlier.
not immediately.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of car stolen. Just make sure you guys keep your car alarm locks triggered. You know, make sure you hit your remotes.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh my God, my glasses!
I'm sorry.
Oh!
I am sorry. I am
Those
sorry.
were $500. They were limited edition.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have money to afford them. I'm sorry.
I worked overtime for them. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah. I would give you. Honestly, you want me to give you a part of my jacket? All right, this is ripped off anyway. I can lend a little bit more.
Don't worry. I'm on the clock. They'll pay for my medical fees and stuff, so you're all right.
I thought remote started with a capital R, so yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I definitely wasn't ready for that one.
Yeah. I'm still new to the city.
That's okay. We're glad you're here in the city, and
Private Winter Dispatch, I need all units down here. I've got this.
Do we have undercovers here?
good. You never know.
Oh shit! I gotta get out of here.
All right. So I don't know. Oh gosh, what the heck's going on?
What was he saying with my truck, man?
They were there was an issue earlier with the.
He just made a right past pillbox.
Hold on one second. Sorry, my radio's all up in my ear. Okay, yeah, no, there's just been a lot of crime today. A lot of bolos we've been making, so it's been crazy. You don't fit the description, so you're fine.
All right.
Yeah, but just
That's the second time my freaking vehicle. Someone's killed me and stole my vehicle.
yeah, trust me, I know it's been hectic out here. Just make sure, just gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Man, the
All
city's.
the vehicles out front of your PD, man.
It's been a rush hour, man. Crazy. It's that time of day. Speaking of that, actually, we might actually have to start making sure everybody's parking correctly.
Nobody's. I'm about to impound it.
All right.
I'm just gonna go get my car.
No problem. Yeah. If you guys have your
You guys going to the mechanic shop?
you guys have your guys parked here, just try to park it correctly.
Oh, okay.
Oh God. Oh.
I have a truck, man.
Yo, can you guys impound that red vehicle over in the parking lot?
Yeah, we'll go. We're gonna go get some tow trucks.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
jeez.
Oh.
That's a local. That's a local.
Unbelievable. Oh, my Lanta. Everybody is leaving PD.
Are you in there, Cav?
Leave PD.
Yeah, man.
Leave PD.
Wow. Why does my character look so angry? He looks so mad. What's going on here? fancy looking shit. Holy shoot. I can't tell what's local, what's crazy, what's... Yeah, I'm gonna go change my outfit real quick. Man, what a day, let me tell you. Woo! I'm gonna go get my glasses put back on. Yeah, he's mad.
Gonna be behind the Black Saber GT. 1080 currently.
Alice, can you get out here, please?
Step for it.
You in the white shirt. Go get some clothes on now.
follow me. هيك
Go.
كلهم بنات هنا. الله يلعن ام الحال هذه بالحقيقة خلاص والله خقيت عليها.
Oh gosh. That's the bad thing about public servers.
This is a mess. The 78 guy, yeah, he's
753 out of the job center, and keep an eye on him because he was punching everybody inside the job
Hey,
center.
Gonzo.
But he may have
Hey, what's going on?
Can I hang out with you? Oh shit!
Oh, be careful. There's a hot pursuit right now. Might want to get yourself to safety.
Can I take a ride along with you?
Currently I can't do any ride-alongs right now. There's just so much going on. But we do them periodically though.
Why are you pointing your hands in the way like you have a gun? Or you have no gun in your hand?
Who's talking to me?
Does it look like I'm doing it?
Yeah, it looks like you pointed an invisible gun.
Oh, how does your lens look now?
Still the same thing. Like you're pointing an invisible gun at the buildings. Like you're doing the you know how like you whoa, now you have a gun in your hand. Now it's okay. Oh, now your hands are nice and free.
Ah, right. Yeah, sometimes my arm gets stuck sometimes.
Whoa.
Jeez.
I'm kind of confused. Do you have any officers in Blaine County?
Yes we do.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So how?
They're gonna look a little different from us. They wear a different uniform, different attire, and their vehicles are different.
All right. Can you tell me, is there a way how to do I have to go to a DMV to register a vehicle?
Okay, so you don't have a driver's license right now?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, so you'll go to the DMV to obtain whatever license you would like.
This old tow truck is coming back towards people.
You're gonna want to head, I believe it's located down south from here.
Down south?
Hey, these locals came in looking crazy.
701 to 530 direct.
Okay.
Send it.
All right.
If we can move.
I appreciate
Yeah.
your help.
Yeah, no problem. Just if you take out your GPS, just look for DMV. You'll see it. Or actually, not DMV. I'm sorry. Look for driver's ed. You'll find it. It's located down south from here.
Oh, like a legit driver's ed?
Yeah. They should be open, I believe. They should take you in.
Guys driving semi trucks around PD, just plowing everybody over.
Oh, it is down south from here. Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
I would definitely go do that. You don't want to get caught without it, and you can obtain different licenses too for different.
Yo, what's going on over here with these? What's this?
Not good.
Are these locals? That's not a local.
No,
right?
definitely not. What's the situation with these trucks? Are these or the mechanic shop or?
These guys are mechanics. There's another
Can I
guy.
handle?
Copy that. I was gonna say I know the.
Go handle them.
No, it's okay. It's actually an agency coming in to clear up the parking lot, but it just looks weird in our eyes. Oh.
They better not tow my vehicle.
Uh-oh, looks like we got a robbery. I'll be back. Oh gosh. This is crazy. Is this the red Lambo I'm looking for? Dude. I bet you that the
So we have a bunch of locals taking mechanic trucks. I have the mechanics here right now cleaning up everything that's outside PD.
.506, I got the one guy in the white suit in custody.
10-4, bring him in. Thank you.
593 responding to that 1090.
He's gonna be 678, just in case.
10-4. Holy moly, what the? Be advised, we have a train in the middle of the road?
Oh, 10-4, I will take
I might be losing my mind, but yeah, the train is going to be located on Vespucci Boulevard on Pillbox Hill. Right near the bank. Wow. Okay. What is a train doing in the middle of the road, guys? That is
suspect is running in cuffs.
To dispatch, I know you guys are very busy. I just want to make sure you didn't forget that 749 is good to be free in the world.
What the deuce?
Let's check it out. LSPD, if you're in there, make yourself known. See if they're in there. Anybody in there?
501 to Bob or Willow. Can I get one of you over here?
Where are you?
PD on the way.
PD.
Yeah, he's on the way.
Alright, I'm coming in. Holy shoot.
Alright, I'm heading out. Have a good night.
User
Have a good night.
disconnected from your channel.
Fine, 93 here. Looks like the 1090, the clerk had one coming.
701 to 531 direct.
Shoot. Whoa! Why are the sound commands so delayed? Are they really bad still? I'm sorry, guys. Why is it showing me still in my own car? What the hell? Yeah, I love the way the car drives now. Oh, wrong side of the road here.
He's currently a war zone.
701 to 531 direct.
Go ahead.
Can you please get 749 out of the job center? He's been waiting for fucking ever. I don't care where you put him.
I'm trying.
I-93 here. We got multiple trains on the road. Somebody must have broke the railroad. Whoa. Yep, somebody's hacking.
506 dispatch. This guy who was just running people over in the black Saber and the white suit and stealing shit and causing a problem. He won't speak, and he only had one word and that, or two words, and that was "fuck you," and that was it. Other than that, he won't say anything.
Wow.
What do we do with him?
I have a Mr. Clean by the name of trying to find him now.
This is not good, guys.
FRS.ALNHR. He's just being a shitlord.
760 is also free to move about the country.
10-4.
What do I do with this unresponsive individual? He's got a voice, he just doesn't want to.
Is he in PD?
Yeah, he's in a cell.
Oh, okay. I'll go talk to him.
This is the same guy who's running people over, like, on the
Yeah,
sidewalk.
I'll come. Oh, I'll come have a word with him.
Oh, I somehow am 1013. I don't know. This guy might be a fucking alien. Watch out.
Might have to make this server whitelisted. Dang it. Not really invasion. This is bad. But you know what, though? It always happens on big servers. Oh, yeah. Hopefully one of these guys respawn. Because we gotta get these trains off the road. Pretty bad. Don't you wish your choo-choo trains were hot like me? Choo! Don't you? Gosh. That's insane, guys. Insane.
What did Cheddar? Clyde, is this a legit thing that happened to you?
No, I just, like, fell. I don't know.
Cheddar, I need a pickup on Clyde.
Working on it.
Thank you. Do I have permission to send somebody away to jail for 4,000 months?
Do it, please. Just do it. You're the chief. You make the rule.
Lad, what's your number again?
I can't. I'm fucking. I can't see it.
He.
That's Jake Bags.
I'm looking. Oh!
Oh,
Fine.
fuck!
We just blew up in PD.
The job center people are also down.
733.
I think it's a hacker. I'm alive though.
We're working on it. I got Bob on it.
Oh, looks like Johnny's in the city too now. Holy moly.
We're taking mortars, people. Take cover.
I wonder if I'm still up, if I can...
Officer down. What just happened? Did I just randomly blew up? Wow. Interesting.
There's like a dozen people in the job center right now.
There's a lot going on, man.
This suspect we have in custody did not blow up, but Clyde and I did.
Go around a corner real quick.
Oh, really? Damn.
And are you 733? Actually, 22 that I'm running downstairs.
It's 678. Hold on, let me confirm that.
I'm running down.
Ten four. He's 678.
Seven 701-2506 direct.
Go ahead.
You know how you drive a little bit differently than the rest of us?
Yes.
Are you able to currently drive a little bit differently than the rest of us? And walk and talk and do all that stuff?
Yeah, I've not had any issues at all.
Alright, 10-4, thank you.
But I know how to do, like, when weird shit happens, I know how to undo it.
Yeah, because there's somebody here that's attempting to drive like you and is having some issues, so just thought I'd ask.
Gabby.
I'm dead. What they need is more active admins. I mean, they kind of are, but they're more like the other time zone. But they don't come in now when it's busy. Most of them are not even on Discord. I should, yeah. Well, I put a distress signal. They're supposed to get it. Technically, my character's down. I'm not supposed to talk.
The server's gonna restart in 6 minutes, guys.
Oh.
It's gonna restart in approximately 5.
Hazel, can you back up and then tell them to turn around?
I should just respawn. Not a big deal. Oh boy. It needs to restart bad. A lot of people are joining the server. Yeah. Most public servers, though, will get hackers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Well, yesterday there was a lot of restarts. Like the server was having issues of being stabled. Today was the worst for public. And the problem is you have to understand there's no application to get into the server. It's not a whitelisted server, so anybody can get in. So hackers are gonna make alternate accounts and come in and troll. They're annoying. They really are. I'm just gonna quit that real quick. Server's about to restart. Bum 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 bum.
Nope. I gotta see if this guy. I was talking to somebody and then he just disappeared. I gotta see if this is him.
Yeah. Can't be as bad as choo-choo trains.
God.
I just got blown up.
Yeah, when I blew up, I didn't actually get blown up, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep
This
driving.
guy is just gone. Okay, well that's shitty.
Yeah. I just wish more EMS was on though. I don't. Where are they at though? Do you guys have any idea?
I mean, I would be on duty except for I'm invisible, so
Oh, yeah, because today would have been a great day for them.
yeah, it's hard to RP when you're invisible.
I think Webb found a way to fix that.
You
Nope.
came me up earlier. I got teleported to the military base, and you're Michael.
Yeah.
Maybe you're an instance. Maybe they like you teleport somewhere.
Yeah, Banners, thank you. How are you? Did you see the server today? What? Very nice. Oh, of course, with a few annoying newer players, but it's okay.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Bob Jones.
506 gonna be.
Oh, where do I put in that ticket thing you told me about?
Go up to the support channel.
All right.
Right above. Wait,
506
bum, bum,
bum.
bum.
5 mics.
Oh, all right, I got you.
And it would be text.
Yep.
And
501 is 10-6 till after tsunami.
I love the server has so many people, but it's just so chaotic. Like it's nice, but
so many hackers. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Raven and I were trying her best.
No, my vehicle's blown.
Hazel took all my guns and put them in the evidence, and that took like 10 minins for her to actually take all of them away from her.
See, I was just gonna throw them into a couple cars.
You can't go on these. Nope.
That was my plan. Now they know what to do.
Exactly.
I think I'm gonna uninstall 5M, clear my cap, restart my computer, and then come back. And if that doesn't fix me, whatever. It's whatever. What am I gonna do about it?
Supposedly there's a workaround.
I don't know what it is.
I think you have to join like a whitelisted server and then join back in, and somehow it works. I don't know. Don't ask why or how. What the?
To be visible?
Whoa.
Well, I did that, but I didn't clear my cache before I joined last time. So I'm wondering if that's maybe what it is.
I don't know, I just downloaded it again, then joined in. Because you wouldn't really have any cache because you didn't load into any servers. But you can try it, I don't know.
It's actually
Wow.
can't be completed because the file is open in another program. Okay, you can go fuck yourself.
Okay.
What the deuce?
Yeah, that just happened. Yeah. All right. Supposedly there's a big giant red and white wall in the city. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting rid of it. That's what the restart's for. Oh shit! I did not see that.
Thought my graphics card was going bad, you know.
All right, I'm gonna hop back.
Alright, I just put in my tickets. Is the server back up?
It's up, but it hasn't restarted yet. What is that anyways? Is that supposed to be like the roller coaster texture or something?
Excuse yourself right now.
I don't know what that is, guys. Is that the Trump wall? Oh my god, I'm done, Jay. But that's a good one. That is a good one indeed. Well, since my car blew up, I don't know if it's here or not. Yeah, see here we got a gas pump too, see?
Hello? How are you? Oh, ma bella.
Okay, let me relog real quick.
شلون أعرف هذا بالسيارة أكيد. ها؟ رار؟ رار؟ رار.
Alright, let's quit that real quick. That is crazy. All right, so I'm gonna wait a second because I know it's about to.
Did the server already restart?
Nope. I mean, not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So there's gonna be a server restart in like 6 minutes.
All right.
Cab, help me.
What's going on?
When I double click it to open it, it tells me select the folder containing Grand Theft Auto 5. So I do that, and then it tells me that it does not have the exe file.
It's not the exe file.
The selected path does not contain a GTA 5.exe file. I'm just gonna re-download it again.
Yeah, just uninstall and re-download it again. I didn't get that message.
I hate my life. I'm just kidding.
Alrighty then. Keep all the aliens out? I hope so, bro. I really, really do. That would be perfect.
Oh, 6 is back in the city.
It's not a tsunami.
What's up?
It hasn't been done yet.
Oh, I thought it said 2 mics.
This tsunami's probably gonna kill the player base though. If it's too dead, I'm gonna get off. I shouldn't even be up right now. I gotta get up early, guys. I got so much to do.
Yeah, I guess somebody was trying to.
I'm gonna regret this. But I haven't streamed, man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the guy came up to me. He's like, "Hey, do you tune cars?" I was like, "I mean, I could." He's like, "How much?" I was like, "Well, I don't know." He's like, somebody told me they would do it for 50K." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Jesus. Sounds like something
if I could do it for
just
yes,
to
if I
see
could
what
do it for
people
10K.
Hell yeah.
So I said, "Fuck it, hell yeah." Because all you gotta do is tune it, and it's done. You don't have to give them the vehicle ship or anything.
Huh.
But 10K, they just turn up
Doing
some
the
fucking
same thing.
things on
Okay.
the car.
Where's my GTA file then? Maybe I'm stupid.
Maybe run GTA. Run regular GTA 5, then close out of it.
501 to dispatch. Is it safe to fly back in?
No.
Why is there 2 of them? What's this one?
Oh Lord.
Wait, you're being facetious, sir?
Shall be back.
Is there more hackers?
Of course, my phone is dead, and it wants to give me a 2-step verification. Check your phone. Oh God, I swear to you.
Damn.
Have I really done 4? Oh God, you're right. I did.
Website.
I should get off though. Actually, I did 5. 4 hours and 54 minutes. That's insane. So what is this rumors that I'm hearing that they're making Silent Hill again? Let me see. Do Silent January 23, blah 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 blah. The Dark Crystal. Da, da, da.
Are you downloading 5M from this website?
The Sinking City, was that one of them? 2 new Silent Hill games in development. Ooh, it is true.
Control panel and just like
what? Konami has been working on multiple new Silent Hill games for around 2 years, one of which is a Telltale style adventure. Therefore, been rumors for a while that Konami is looking out back into making the traditional console games again, but
So many.
While in New Castlevania are high, blah blah blah.
Turn it on so I can get my 2-step.
Many fans will never forgive Konami for canceling the game, but according to the latest rumors, they are working on some new games, and we don't mean another pachinko machine. Ooh.
I just hope it doesn't have.
That's good news. Yeah, I've seen that. You can already pre-order a new Resident Evil 3, I imagine. When is that supposed to be done?
Starts back to this fucking bullshit. See, it's nice seeing this many people on, but it's just fucking so chaotic.
It's nice to see this many people on. It's not. I don't want to say it's not enjoyable, but it's a lot harder to enjoy it when like 95% of them are new and have no idea what.
Well, you gotta understand too, with the higher player base, it attracts more attention, so hackers get excited for it, and what they see that it's public, so of course they're gonna try to ruin it.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So like this is a good test because a bunch of people will come on, and if they lower the thing back to 32, the people that actually want to like RP will stay.
They'll stick around, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I'm glad that I'm invisible, because if I were visible and I was trying to RP, there was no way in hell I'd be able to RP and help doing what I was doing.
Especially with all the deaths, like that'll be hard. Cause
yeah, like poor Willow is like trying to be an officer and try to be an admin and try, you know what I mean? Like, there in situations like this, is really hard to roleplay for yourself, because the amount of people that know what they're doing and are doing things correctly are far less than the people that are not. So you're outnumbered, which is nobody's fault. I'm not saying that this is a bad experience.
Well, there's a couple that joined that actually like are trying. I saw some people doing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I've been hanging out at like the job center, and like some of them, like, they can't see me, so I just stand there until I see them, you know, they're done fucking with their clothes, and then I'm like, oh hey, if you're stuck, let me know. So like I hear like there was these two guys that came in, and they were, you know, picking their character, and they were talking back and forth in an accent, and maybe they have an accent naturally, I don't know, I'm not trying to judge. Like they were playing it off like, all right, I'm just
Invisible be fine. Yeah.
Ooh.
It was interesting to watch, like just during character creation. So
yeah,
I'm excited for the new people. It's just trying to weed out the good between all of the bad overwhelming.
Well, once it hits 64 and it stays 64, and then you get the people flying in waiting in that queue, you'll start getting the more dedicated, trustworthy players that would rather wait than a hacker is going to join when they see his slots are just open.
I mean, I don't anticipate this being the fact there was only Revan that was around that could help with it. That's not normal either. Like just today was it came out of nowhere. I mean, compared to like yesterday and even the past month, like we've like quadrupled, if not more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's been like me and Clyde in the city for the last like couple months.
Yeah, so we kind of got slapped in the face with all these new people.
2 mics for paperwork.
Yeah, because we're at like the 700s.
10-4.
Yeah.
People one day.
I mean, I'm even with the hackers and all this shit, like I'm still enjoying my.
Yeah.
Like it's not an unenjoyable or an unplayable situation, not at all.
Yeah,
it's just fucking a lot. Especially for me, like EMS, like I just sit around usually, like.
Oh, you would have had fun today.
And then, right?
For a mechanic, I gotta go and repair the comp cars because people just ramming into them and everything.
Yeah. But that's what I'm like. All those new people, like they didn't. A lot of them had no idea how to. Or I would tell them like, "Oh, can you just do a /me?" And I would get nothing, and I'm like, "Okay, to do a /me, you have to hit T to open the text." Like, which is fine. I was there at one point in time too. Like I had no fucking clue what I was doing.
Yeah.
But to RP EMS as a sole EMS in that kind of situation, while also trying to tell people how to do things, like, oh my god, I can't. There's
I don't think that's possible. You would lose your cool pretty fast.
Charlie would be pretty pissy. Yeah, it would be a sassy day for Charlie.
Like, I only got one character. That's it. I don't even have.
Invisible, I would be clocked in 100%.
Yeah.
I even sent Hazel a message. I was like, "Are you gonna be Hazel or Octavia today?" She's like, "I'm." I'm like, "Damn it."
There's no fucking way I'm gonna go on Dave with that many fucking people.
Right. I mean,
He's an
I get why
officer,
she
but
went on
there's
Hazel.
No fucking way I'll be able to do it.
Yeah. I'm glad she went on Hazel, but it's like, I told her, I was like, I want EMS. I want to show everybody that we have EMS too. Like, we're not a dead department, but I can't.
You'd be like those evil ghosts. I can already know what Jay would be doing.
PD was inundated, so I see why she didn't. No blame in there. Oh, I gotta get my phone. Hold on. Alrighty.
Well, also with the Emerald Club thingy that they're part of now, I definitely think 5M is promoting the server too now, like on their website or whatever, because that landing strip has been
popping.
Yeah, it's something's exposing it, so that's a good thing. But that's also because they paid for that subscription with the Patreon for their service. So I think that's like one of the one sync perks is also the promotion.
Hello, person.
Yes. So I'm wondering how the hell do I get out of spawn?
Oh, so they're trying to fix that right now. They're trying to actually restart the server. So
Oh, I thought it got restarted already. Okay.
yeah, no, I think they're having some issues with it, but they are restarting it for the purpose of getting rid of all the random fucking walls that are around. They're working on it. Sorry.
Okay. How long will that take? Do you know?
Let me ask. Hold on one second.
Hopefully they get it done soon, because people are gonna get impatient.
701, 531.
I am here now. What's up?
Oh, hi. I guess I could ask anybody. The server or the city is still having issues, yes? Or are we good? He's not telling me. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Probably shouldn't be that long.
Yeah, it's usually just, it's once they shut it off, it comes right back on.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll put out a little announcement when I know for a fact that it's good to go.
Okay, right.
Like, I'll put it in OOC so that way everybody kind of knows.
Alright, I'll just disconnect for now, so.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's great.
See General.
Hey, Gonzalez, how's it going?
Hey, I'm still here doing that desk duty you ordered.
Do you like doing desk
How'd you
duty?
get that?
You've been standing here a while.
Well, actually, I think I had a dream that I was on patrol and like these trains came and smacked me in the head. It was a pretty wicked dream.
No way.
Oh,
That's crazy.
yeah, and then I guess I had a dream that Los Santos was being covered with walls. Like, I don't know what was wrong with me, but I'm awake now.
That's a pretty crazy dream.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean
Yeah. Ay.
I should probably go to the bank.
Oh, that money's on you, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
The money we were going to use to get Willow. And then they asked for transfer.
Uh-oh. Wait, did you guys ever ended up paying the full amount?
Oh, I did. If anything, I'm a person of my word. So.
Hopefully that came out of the government funds, not your personal funds. We don't get paid enough for that.
I'm like, I didn't uninstall.
It came on my personal, but hopefully we'll be able
I
to.
played Red Dead earlier today.
Gotcha.
That reminds me, I need
Please
to
run
ask
Grand Theft Auto using Rockstar.
No problem.
Games.
1 to 531 direct.
Yeah, I was gonna say just try to like.
How
run
do I
GTA
access
5,
the
then
society
after that.
funds?
Chief's office.
10-4. Next question. We had Willow kidnapped today, and the kidnappers requested a transfer of money instead of taking it in cash. Is there a law against that?
There's a big, massive wall in Legion Square.
Like, and I don't believe there is a law against it. I know you can't rob people from their, like, make them give them bank accounts when you have a gun to them. Like,
isn't that the same thing though? Because we had the cash in person, but they refused it. They said they were gonna kill Willow anyways if we didn't transfer it. And then there's no way for us to get it back if we were to catch them.
that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah. I thought the city had like limits though. I'm surprised that even went through.
There's a giant red and white wall. Whoa.
You see that, right? There's a massive like wall.
There's like
I'm pretty
locals
sure the wall
smashing
is,
into it.
The wall is still up in the job center because somebody just came in the Gen Pop and asked me about it.
10-4.
Right, Jay. See, I don't understand this G sit thing. Like, G is not the sit, but it's this button. Oh, wait, what the?
Oh, Charlie, don't come to Pillbox.
I don't even have it. Yeah, I won't be. Is it mid-renovation again?
Negative. Somebody's trying to blow it up with a tanker.
Oh, be still my heart.
I wonder if this will work now, so you guys can get an idea. Yeah, it works. Okay, so anyway, so this is the camera system. Right now I can do the police station. I can turn the camera. I don't know what they were doing. Everybody's being weird. Here's the prison cells. Wow, look at the textures. What the? Oh, this is outside the back, but yeah, it's not loading right. Here's that storage room. Here's outside. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So what's happening is you have to understand with the cameras. It sometimes it works better when you see, sometimes I have to do it twice. Yeah, so these come in handy in case something happens. I don't know what room this is. Oh, it's this. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it comes in handy, especially when there's like a robbery at a store. I could do this. And then we can like look inside the stores and get like an idea what's going on at the shops. There's the guy. There's the guy that was earlier that got taken down. Definitely not HD cameras, right? And here's the other. Here's the grocery one. When you look outside, like it look weird. Is the other one? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. It's interesting. I don't think they ever did the server restart. Right. What's up, Krusty? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, so these are the camera system, guys, which is really cool. Give you guys a nice little tour here of the PD. So this would be the floor. We got multiple rooms around here. Here's one of the offices. Oh yeah, yeah. Do you like them? Yeah, these are cool mods. Let's head outside. Here's another stairwell. This will take us up or down with the PD. Got the caretaker room, kind of like when we was playing that game Control. You know, got a nice little 24/7 supermarket bag still in here. With some redwood. Now you always got to make sure you have the toilet. You never know when you gotta go, you gotta go. How do you AFK a game? What do you mean, Jay? Oh, I do it all the time, bro. A lot of times when you see me on a game, I'm not really playing it. You been on GTA grinding the cash? Yeah, I feel you, bro. You gotta make that money, bro. When I'm still poor, it's okay. It happens, you know. Yeah, so these are just some of the people right now posting like pictures in the game. Pretty cool. Here's the meeting room, which is pretty cool. Alright guys, today at the LSPD here at Los Santos, we are having technical difficulties. We need to get the citizens here at Los Santos to safety. Yeah, yes, alright, let's get going. Dum 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 dum. And more offices. A bunch. You start doing interviews here. This is me taking a selfie, guys. There we go. Where's the chief's office? Right. Sometimes, yeah. I play a little bit of it and then I usually go AFK. I haven't really been like sitting and playing the games. I just been kind of like on a boat doing nothing, trying not to get kicked and rejoin. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, look at that. I don't think the city's gonna reset it, really. You guys are slack. Yeah, it's quiet. It's only 24 players right now. Because they're supposed to restart the server. You get guns for free! Yeah, but hey, yo, man, we gotta pay for gas. We gotta pay for our cars. We don't get paid enough, man. Criminals make more money. They make 100,000, 200,000. We only get paid 1,800 every salary. Like, what the heck are we supposed to do with that? What's up, Black Pilot? How's it going, bro? Oh, gosh. I can't believe it's midnight. I overdid it, guys. We went an hour and 20 minutes over our scheduled time. Big time. None of my cars are here. Seriously? Oh, gosh. I gotta remember which one it is now. Oh, boy. This is bad. This is my new one. And here's my original. I can remodify it anyway. It doesn't matter. I think this is it. Yeah.
Hey, Clyde, do you want to turn your lights on your vehicle and stop people from coming in here? Oh, good. Here's one of the mechanics now.
No, we still got the walls in the city. Oh, dear jeez. They needed an admin in this time zone. They only got moderators. I don't think they have actually like any admins with the power to...
A robbery in progress.
I am not getting any notifications or anything. Do you want to head to that and I will clean up the pillbox?
Copy.
Oh, now I got something. Oh, it's cancelled.
It's at 4. 593 is going to be 23 on the scene. I'm going to go ahead and check it out. Code 6.
10 bar.
Fuck, there's a big wall. How do I get around this?
I don't know. Good luck.
No vehicle on scene. I'm going to go ahead and check inside and make sure it's clear.
10-4.
10-4, gonna be 10-23 in 1 second.
LSPD, if you're in there, make yourself known. LSPD, if you're in there, let us know.
LSPD, if you're in there, make yourself known. We're gonna breach.
That Carson blowers.
LSPD, if you're in here, make yourself known.
Oh. Just hit me. I'm in a 1050 with a, or 1080 with a mule. Going northwest Carson.
We're clear in here. The store's clear down here.
I'm gonna buy some potato chips. Some iced tea.
You've just entered the freeway.
Look, you can pay with cash or card. You don't even gotta have cash all the time, guys, which is perfect. Actually, before I eat, let me do this real quick.
We're going to eastbound Olympic Freeway. It's a big goods mule that I'm chasing.
Take your time to buy food. Isn't this an American server though? No. So if you look, my ping is 135. Okay. So that's pretty high. It's not based here in America. But I want to say time zone wise, it is better American time. See, they had the hospital decorated. Like, honestly, I was able to go inside the entire building. I wish I would have live streamed that. You guys would have loved it. Problem is,
I see him down there.
people were crashing. Where are they? Oh, I'm about to run out of gas. Dang it. Seriously? Oh! Stupid wall. Yeah, this is bad. Why didn't they not just restart the server already?
The best way to get down there.
They need to restart it bad.
5 direct. 503 to 5 direct.
Go ahead, 501.
I need you to go to the job center There is some guy RDMing everybody down there.
Send for glad I'll let you take care of this guy.
Probably, is the bar still in the
Oh
job
yeah,
center?
those things are still there.
Yeah, it's probably not necessarily RDM. They're just trying to get out. I saw a lot of that.
I still love the time we've got out of the map and got stuck under the hospital because we got on the broken beds. Yeah, you remember that, bro? I think we haven't been that way in a while. Let me pillbox. Let me go check pillbox. We haven't been there in a while. I think it looks just a little different now. I'm not 100%.
506, I got one unresponsive.
10 for it.
Should I just wait and see if he takes local and then what?
I'm just gonna bust a U-turn anyway.
Suspect took local.
I love the way this car drives now. It's way better. Alright, that was so funny. And at the time we were looking for those, we had bottles. Dude, yeah, the bottles are still here, bro. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the mechanics are cleaning up the city. These walls right here gotta go.
There's trains in the street as well.
Just be careful. I heard those trains can make your head crash.
Copy.
Where's my old car?
Got a fight right up on Haywick Ave. 506 responding.
Pillbox is almost cleared. We still have a tanker and a semi truck. And a red Lamborghini, but the mechanics are working hard.
I'm flying in, so I hope it's pretty by the time I get there.
It's only 2 shots fired.
506 gonna be in a 1080 with a white 2-door sports car. Guy just stole a vehicle right in front of me.
Did you get his PayPal ID?
Yeah, he's done. Bye.
Okay.
He's doing that before, apparently.
Yeah, he just rammed into me.
Lost sight, the guy hit the jump onto the highway.
Uh-oh. They will make you go boom, right? Hey, what's up, Zeus? Get those points up, bro. Get those points up. Oh gosh, is that a local? These locals ain't gonna care.
You hear me? Shitstick? Cheese stick, asshole! Shitstick, you hear me? Shitstick? Cheese stick, asshole!
Can I reverse?
Yeah, sir, go ahead. Just be careful with the barricades.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the locals have gone mad.
Jesus H. Christ! What's going on? You bleeding asshole! Fuck me now! What's happening? Shit. Man!
Right.
Christ alive! No! Oh my God! No, please, no!
That's it? I don't think I can spawn anymore. Oh, that's good enough. I don't want to overdo it. Just the locals, there's no control over them. It can be all police brutality, right?
Fuck me! What the hell?
Clear bin out of pillbox.
Oh, tase him. Nah, it's the AI I'm worried about. These AI, these guys don't know how to... These guys are like scripted to go a set direction and that's it. That's all they want to do.
Dick damn! Oh no!
The heck? What the? I'm trying to push it. It's not working. I'm trying, guys. Yeah, NPCs are kind of annoying.
Fucking hell!
Pretty sure the hacker's already gone by now, though. Let's get out of here.
What the deuce?
Hey, what's the fight? Seriously trying to fight a cop, dude? Alright, that's it. You asked for it, dude. That's right, you better run. Back out of here. He knows what's best for him. Let's get out of here. They know what's going on there. Oh boy. I'll go the other way. Yeah, this is annoying. I wish they would just hurry up and just fix it already. I don't know what that is. Oh gosh. Wow, that local was crazy. In weird places, though. Jeez. Alright, let's store this up. I don't think there's going to be really much else going on here, guys. I think that's it. It slowed down a lot. I need money, though. Yeah, oh, actually, now that I think about it, hold on.
Five of 6 gonna be on 10-11.
10-4, get him.
Oh, guess what they added in this game too? You can actually they actually added the like, look at this, hold on. You can open and close your trunk just here. And you can even hide in the trunk now. That's crazy. Alright, let's get this loaded in. Alright, look at that. Right. All the way up. This I would want in the back anyway. Or I could probably... Oh, it could be both. I'm gonna have to test ride this bad boy in a second. Ugh. See what happens. Yeah, Android's a lot better. Problem is, my personal car, I don't want to keep breaking it. It costs too much to fix it every time. My door got broken off. Dude, I swear I felt like it did, right? Felt like they did.
Is everything okay over there?
10-4.
That's what I was trying to do.
Dang it, man. I want the server to build up like it was. It was so much better. And then again, it was chaotic, too. Oh, I wonder if we get police boats. Yeah. Yeah. I need to. Been on a little too long. I would love to stay on, guys. I really would. But I think we're definitely going to have to figure out something. Oh boy. Oh shoot. Oh. What just happened here?
Surprisingly, this guy had a driver's license, wrote him a ticket for speeding, and the car had expired tags.
Can't understand what these guys are saying.
Look at that. Look at that.
He's just like one of the military men, really. Sir, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm just gonna see if you're feeling all right here. Damage occurred here. Okay, well, that's... Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. All I heard was a loud noise, and I looked back, and you're on the ground there. Seems like something hit you pretty hard. Alright, let me get you some medical treatment. Hold on. Finite 3 here. Looks like we need a 1052 here at Mission Row. We have a victim down on the ground here. Seems like they were hit with something hard. Not sure what happened.
Are you in dispatch right now, Charlie?
Yeah.
Do a support so I can see your number.
Oh, 10-4. I forgot.
506 gonna be 1076 back to PD for fuel and a repair. Or, for just fuel, actually. I don't need a repair.
I know, but I wasn't facing in that direction. Alright, so it looks like we're having some issues here with,
What the hell?
or with medical. We're gonna, wait. Sir, do you know this individual right here? Hopefully they do.
It's 6, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
I get those numbers because I was told something that was just.
Sir, do you know this man right here?
1076 to PD to check on this patient. Apparently,
My friend.
It's your friend?
Charlie, do you need
Do you have a vehicle with you?
Yeah, I'm currently.
I
do
see
see
you.
me? Okay.
It's sorry.
I don't know how to get around the wall.
Do you have a vehicle with you?
This is America.
No.
How do I do this? Hold on. I think I. Okay, we might have to actually get you guys. Do you guys actually, hold on. Give me a sec. LSPD to EMS. Requesting a 1052 at Mission Row.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right, just hang in there, sir. We got help on the way.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, this gentleman right down there.
Hi, sir. All right, I'm gonna have you just step back just so I can deal with this guy, okay? Because I see him right here for me.
Hey, Sir Crouchin,
Sir?
step back, please.
Oh, thank you. Hey, buddy, it's Charlie with EMS. I'm just here to help you out, okay? Let me check and see if you've got a
Thank
pulse.
goodness. He got KO'd. He got knocked out in the face. Yo, I'm hot.
Not sure how to let me know if you have a pulse.
Oh, is it, Rose? I have to change it.
You're gonna flex your T muscle and then do slash me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How's he looking, Doc?
Touch and go. I'm trying here. Touch and go. I'm working on it, though.
It's hot in here. Hold on, guys. I'm burning up. I don't know.
Let me get just an ice pack on your head. It looks like you got knocked out here. Get an ice pack. We'll get some smelling salts under your nose. Make you take a deep breath. Get some oxygen on you. Make you feel a little bit better, okay?
Everything okay with those shots?
Oh, thank
All
you.
right, there we go. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
All right, perfect. Yeah, anytime you go down, you'll just have to let us know if you have a pulse. So instead of doing like that, you'll do has pulse or low pulse or no
They're
pulse.
doing everything okay with those shots.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then
Who's that
I would
pillbox
check
right
for
now?
injuries too, and you would have to let me know. If
Make you smell this. Ugh.
slash me, and then
That's so nasty.
leg or broken back or stab wound, whatever it is. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm glad you're feeling better though. I think your friend's over here waiting for you, or your foe. I don't know.
Oh well.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to run into you.
All right. I think we are all good here.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Alright.
Just come back to Pillbox if you need any more assistance. Okay.
Ooh, what's up, Skids?
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
All right, hey Charlie.
GTA 5 looking a little different. I know, right? It does, doesn't it? Oh, I gotta go get my vest, guys. I mean, I got a vest on, but it's worn out. Let me get through here real quick. Ooh-wee. What a day, guys. We had a long day today here at the police force. Earlier, it was crazy. I just wish they would just fix this already. We still got the mechanics out there doing their thing. Yeah, he's taking the car away. He's impounding it. That's very good. $12 custom loadouts? Finally, bro. It's about time. Dude, we've been needed that. Do you have to unlock them or something? Or I know they're not going to just give them all at once. There's no way. That doesn't sound like something that that they would do. Well, you know what? That's parts. I mean, I'll let that slide. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. Wow, that's weird. Someone knocked me out so I can be Charlie. Oh my gosh. Yes, no, they just gave them to us. You made 12 already. Oh my god. I can finally get my classes up. In this car, there's nobody in it, and I'm just sitting behind it like a dummy. So MW finally added custom slot. It's about time, dude. What were they waiting on so long? I'm on the wrong side of the road. I'm really hungry, guys. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, service can back up again, which is good. Yo, where the heck is Pink Cage or whatever the heck it's called? People find it like nothing. I don't even know where it is. I have no idea on where it might possibly be. There is a car, a truck. They're both in front of me. I just totally went the wrong way. Hopefully this will be okay. Yeah. But the trains are gone, I just realized. That's good. There's so much crime going on. Where are these crimes taking place? One in front of us. Oh.
Seven 701-253 Winter.
Working on it.
Simply.
How come my job title just changed to a fucking taxi?
There's that too, yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Wow. Lil J, what's up? Wow, why not just blow up the tanker? Yeah, true. Well, I think because the hospital is actually mapped. I think first floor, second floor. Oh man. I'm taking these screenshots and I'm sending it to the dev guy so he can know what's been going on the whole time while he's been gone. Wow. Why would they do this? Did you run over the fire hydrant? I guess I did. Let me see if this fixes the problem. Hold on, let me not block so much.
If you're missing your job, just put in a quick support message for me, please. with rank. Charlie, I already got you, I think.
I was switched, but it's better now. I just switched.
Ah, 10-4.
Yeah.
Should be good. Gonzalez.
10-4.
Is that everyone?
10-4. At least.
Hopefully that gets cleared up. Yeah, Mr. Taxi, I need a ride. Jay, are you here, bro? No, let me see. You're not on here, dude. Your name is different on Steam, isn't it?
Oh my god. Code 0? Anybody else?
I did.
Not yet, anyway.
I just had 1,000
Oh yeah.
guys
I just did.
spawn on me with bazooka type things. RPG,
10-4,
whatever you want to
same
call
traffic.
them.
Yeah, you guys are dropping like flies. I'm watching it happen.
What the heck is wrong with my hair? Oh, what the heck? Wow. What? Dudes with RPGs, man. Oh, gosh. That's crazy.
Should I come back in or just wait?
No, because you guys are still like every 15-20 seconds somebody disconnects.
Okay.
Oh, too late. I'm already flying back in.
Oh, looks like Chronic and I can't ever say his name right now in the city
Can't
as well. Yeah.
That I saw that. I haven't seen him connect.
Would be so much fun right now, right, dude? This is your chance to do things. Go make that money, man.
That has to be from earlier today, because
Yeah, so
But no, there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
I was saying them and then Web and
Really?
yeah,
Yeah.
and
That's
Cab.
crazy.
Yeah, I was like, oh, super old.
I'm paying attention to it. Neither of them connected.
Oh, okay. Darn, I thought you'd have like cavalry to take care of all these problems.
Yeah, I made logs and took footage of everything. So hopefully I'll talk to the government to get better security protocols at the airports when people travel.
It sucks the people who normally do this are sleeping.
Yeah.
Bob could have done it, but he has been power reduced.
Yeah, he can't.
We're trying to get in. Hey, okay. All right.
My shit.
Did it fall?
Don't go in the field.
Damn, both my cousins are there.
Mission to shoot the man's an RPG.
Do it.
Permission granted. Killed them all.
Shots confirmed.
No weapons, by the way. couldn't do anything but try to run.
Okay, some drop, some don't. Oh, okay.
To manually refresh the thing from the server browser to see who's not in the city.
Oh, we might have a problem. Some of the locals are walking with RPGs.
Don't worry, I have Anomaly Bob on the case.
Wow, look at these guys. Yeah, we got a serious problem. Seems like, oh gosh. Bum, ba-da-da, bo-dum-bum. I keep crashing.
I have green hair, but I haven't crashed.
Yeah, my hair changed too. Must be the sun.
I know what I'm
There's,
gonna do.
20 bazooka guys at front pillbox.
Sorry, but it's call me Ghost right now.
Ooh. Can you bring me a weapon?
As long as I'm not flying into pillbox, hell yeah.
Yeah, sorry, alarm. I forgot to change it over here. Sorry. I don't know if it'll let me change it through this because I'm not.
Charlie, is that you in the ambulance?
See if it'll let me.
Charlie. Charlie. $701. $501 to dispatch. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, she's muted. Her ambulance is here at the
She's
side
not
of
in
the
the
road.
city. She's code 0.
Oh, 10-4. I'm running to PD to get a weapon.
I shoot an RPG. I don't want to get banned. Where did the other guy go? There was one down here, but I think he might have.
That was rude.
I might have a solution.
That's me shooting them.
Hey, my eye hurts.
You good?
This thing just exploded into my eyes.
Oh yeah. Make sure you guys stand clear. There's some strange activity going on.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you guys are standing like away from this scene. I don't want you guys to get hurt.
Well, sir, I'm already hurt. What can I do?
Oh gosh.
You good?
I'll save us.
There we go. Just make sure that the we have citizens that are near the scene. Make sure they don't have the weapons.
I don't think those were dropped, but it's possible.
No, that's an affirmative. I got one in my inventory.
We talked to them all.
Is it just that pillbox?
Hey, officer, this guy just stole my car.
Everyone, if you just picked up one of those, please just hand them over to me, right here.
Officer, can we get our
I didn't
car
pick
back, please?
anything
These
up,
guys
but
are in-
this dude just stole my car, man.
Yeah, he's right here. He's behind you, officer.
Yeah. Is this the only one that possibly dropped? It looks like it.
Yeah.
Alright, is this the
let me
only one?
stand. Let me. These people are trying to talk to me. I don't know where you're at.
I'm going to assault rifle out.
Oh.
This is me, Gonzalez.
Has anybody seen a tiger print?
Oh no.
Tiger print revolter anywhere?
Yeah, I see where. Yeah, it's in the middle of the road back there.
Did
Oh, is it?
you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Cars are still popping in.
Okay, if you got one of those RPGs, hand them over, please.
Oh, Cap's car. Darn it! Ghost, you didn't leave any for me.
There's only the one, okay? Oh, you meant those guys?
6 is
Yeah.
gonna be
Yeah.
10:42
My bad.
for the night. Good luck with the alien invasion.
I had to. Someone, I think they blew. Half of them blew themselves up. So. Yeah.
User disconnected from your
So,
channel.
if they're rolling back 12 hours, is there anything really legal right now?
I have no idea. It's.
This is crazy. What the deuce, right? Jay, this is crazy, dude. I should have given you the RPG. Say, what? Yeah, this is a local car, I believe. Alright, let's try to keep this rolling in. That was crazy, man.
Never mind, Hazel.
Oh, it's there. Just have to get closer. Private witness running back to PD. Can I just run through this wall?
Probably not.
I think I'm at the limit.
Correct.
Okay, let's try that again.
Everyone's going 10, 41, 10, 7. I can never remember that one.
Oh, that's crazy. Did that car just slide down the road sideways? Probably did. What are you doing? So right now we had a little incident here. I'm just blocking the road to make sure it's clear. Nobody gets in here. We do have a pillbox. People come here to get their get themselves healed up and stuff. Oh god, somebody broke the barricades.
Is there gas or something here on these bodies?
Negative. I think it's just their bodies decomposing.
10-4.
That's it. We're done. Man, we need a server restart already. That zebra car is hilarious. I know.
501.
Oh, I made a lot of folks money. What? Who said that? A blog. A recession.
$1,000.
Oh shit, you're gonna keep saving.
Ooh, scary. Yeah, so the zebra car is just the way they customize it, which is kind of cool.
Fucking bear.
Oh, to unlock your car, press the F5 button. That's going to be your F5 muscle. That's going to open up your vehicle menu. Oh, okay. People are coming back. All right, let me see here. Hold on. Alrighty then. Can't even get in your car, Jay. Where you at, bro? Well, I don't want to like. Well, I'll find you.
729 is going 1041, 10-8.
Huh. Okay. Makes sense. Uh-huh.
$5.31 is $10.41, $10.8. Finally.
10-4. Steel's what? If you're talking about
10-9?
if you're talking about your ambulance, it's stuck.
Come again?
Where do screenshots go in the game? Ugh, dude. I know it's the F12. I don't remember where it goes. I want to say your documents. I think it's your documents folder. It might be your roof folder. But I think it's, you know, that's a good question. Let me check. Documents. Let me just do it this way first. PC. And documents.
Gonzalez, you good?
Oh, yeah, fine. Everything's good, yeah.
10-4.
It's under my games.
If you want good news now, someone who can cause a tsunami, I think, is in the city.
Oh, thank goodness.
I think he can. I'm not sure.
Yeah, 'cause this is not a good image right now for our new citizens. Oh no. What's going on here? Oh, I see you, Jay. Dude, you got 180 ping. Ooh. Okay. But Oh. No, this won't work. I think it goes to Steam. Alright, so it doesn't save here. Let me check, where did I install this game? I think it's my D drive. Steam.
Can you hear me? Radio check. 729 radio check.
Yeah, you're good.
Confirm.
Comment. Where is that? Right here. Huh. Yeah, I think it's more of a Steam thing. I love how the NPCs like just disappear. Kind of creepy.
Requesting 32s at pillbox.
That works. Number 6. Ah.
$729 is going to be 10-6 for the patient.
Dispatch, we were just held at gunpoint at PDM.
10-4. 22 pillbox. I will head to PDM.
They're not here anymore, but yeah.
729 to dispatch. I just got an ambulance call. Gonna be responding.
Oh, 701. I'm here.
Oh, 10-4. I am back 10-8 then.
Job center code 4. Gonna be 10-7 for 5 mics ish.
10-4.
Cena's go for.
10-4. I was excited. That was like the first ambulance call I've had.
Yeah, it was a situation. I was here for it. I watched it.
10-4.
You can have the next one.
Thanks.
I'm heading to the job center. Charlie, just tell him I'm on my way. $531 back 10-8.
$10-4.
Uh-oh, are you still there, bro?
Oh my god, there's so many trains around.
Look how they were
And
hitting
walls.
people earlier. Oh, and walls, yeah.
Is everything okay here?
Everyone has green hair.
Kind of reminds you of that basketball player days.
Yeah.
Yo, thanks for the host, guys. Appreciate it. I know a lot of you auto host, and I really do appreciate it.
Ooh, another call. Are you close to that one, Charlie?
I don't have a vehicle.
Oh, 10-4. 729 responding to an actual call.
What's the location? We just had shots fired at like Strawberry and Davis. And East Joshua Road.
How's your ears feeling?
It's farther south.
Yeah, I don't hear you.
10-4, I'll follow you.
No, that's a negative. Don't hear you.
729 is 1076 to the latest unconscious citizen. Code 3.
Take a left.
Yeah, that's what you're getting in game.
Where you heard the shots?
Yeah, they changed the lock system.
10-4, this might be the area.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's Cav.
You know what, Jay? I'm gonna go on Discord.
Looks like he was shot in the arm.
10-4.
I have like a top view of my character.
Oh, there we go. What's going on?
Well, when I got my car out, I have like a top view now, so I'm looking down at my car, and my controls are all they're just wonky, and I can't even get in the car.
Yeah, so on my side, it's not even, looks like it's not even synced in the world. I would just try to relog. Or if you can put it away, take it back out, that'd be better.
Yeah, I can't even take it out or put it away or do that. It's completely glitched.
531, investigating the area for bullet cases.
The first time I pushed escape and went into the map, it actually worked fine, and then after that, I got the regular view, and then now I can't get the regular view anymore.
Oh, your camera angle stuck?
Yeah, my camera angle.
Oh, yeah, you gotta relog. It happens. When you're in the ring, try not to get back out. Like, when you use it, make sure you back out before you move. Because if not, it locks the camera angle, yeah.
Yeah, I actually haven't been able to get in my car at all. Even before that happened, I couldn't get in at all.
Wow.
I finally figured out how to unlock my car, and I unlocked my car. And
Yeah, they took out that L button. Remember, kind of like how Kingpin was? They added this menu, which is cooler, but I still like the L button. It was quicker.
Yeah, it was. Push L and it's locked. You don't have to push F5 to push enter and all that.
Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I can't even. And the top view walking is just yeah.
Yeah, earlier, bro, it was so good. Like this, like it's actually cool when it calms down like this, because then you can kind of lay back. Like earlier, it was too hectic, dude. Oh my god, police report, police report. It's like
there it is, screwed up.
729 scene is code 4, gonna be 1076 to Pillbox.
531,
one patient.
1076, latest 1090.
4.
Gonzalez, did you get a picture for that one?
For which one?
The cat 1090.
No, nothing popped up on my eyes.
10-4. It looks like it's a burger shot.
10-4.
Liquor store. For a cash register hold up. A-frame where those shots are fired.
Oh shoot, another ambulance call.
Do you got it?
I just have Cav with a gunshot wound and we're 1076 back to Pillbox.
10-4.
I'm currently at 1080 with a car leaving the scene. Going northbound Bay City.
Alright guys, check this out. Ooh, the brakes are tight. Alright, let's get over back in this way. Not good driving. Oh, not good. You guys don't want to do that at home. Alright, here we go. Hold on.
Bound North Rockford Drive, going through a gas station. Nope, people the U-turn going southbound North Rockford Drive.
Nine to dispatch. It looks like
Okay.
Cav was robbed. He's missing a bunch of money.
10-4. I lost eyes currently.
Oh boy. What was the vehicle description?
Black two-door sports car. Best I could get.
Scene is code 4. I think patient maybe took local.
Dang it. Yeah, no visual, guys. Alright, what happened, bro?
531 1076 PD.
Same exact.
It working?
I got in, got my car out, and it went to the.
Mmm. Oh my god. Well. What the heck is wrong with me? Oh man.
Are you getting my trunk?
Yeah, did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can kidnap people and put them in the trunk now.
My car's like invisible. I can walk right through my car.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm. Might be because you haven't logged in a while.
keeps giving me a
501
top view.
1076 2 shots at PDM.
Oh, good luck. Be safe.
10-4.
Or you could also hide your trunk from the cops, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So they check it.
Right.
Yeah, what's wrong with this? It's broken. In fact, I don't even get anything that's actually in the server.
792, there's another ambulance call.
Yeah, this one's clear, but I don't have an ambulance with me currently, and I'm stuck behind this wall, so I'm gonna try to get there, but I've gotta run.
We need help with PDM. There's a man down.
Yeah, that's where the call is, but
Did they do anything to this car maybe that and it's broken?
are you still with Cav?
Alright.
10-4, stitching up a gunshot wound in his arm.
Alright, I'll run to PDM. When you're done with him, can you come to PDM just to pick up the patient? That way,
10-4, I can do
since
that.
I don't have a bus.
I'm not stressed out. I know what pistol you had, Johnny.
Where's his buddies at? Would your buddies run away? What happened? You were pretty tough
Johnny,
here earlier.
Go away, Johnny. I'll handle this.
Sorry.
The fuck? Sir, yeah, to answer back, you gotta do
If I die.
slash me with the pulse or something. Right, here's the EMS. She'll take over. So who opened?
Hey, buddy, it's Charlie.
They did.
I'm
They
with
drew
EMS.
guns
Let me just
outside
help.
and started breaching the building.
I'm broken.
You said it's not what?
It's still broken.
Still broken?
Mm-hmm. Can't get in my car. My car is invisible.
Oh man.
And anytime I put my unlock my car, that window stays up.
That's not good.
And the controls are just so messed up. I can't even figure out how to walk.
You got.
All right.
Dispatch, this one also took local instead of
What the heck happened? Maybe I'll join a different server and try to join after.
Yeah, try that.
Something wrong.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of people saying that they were invisible too. But it doesn't happen to everybody.
Yeah, they need to definitely restart the server.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's pick a random server.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love the 64 slots. But man, the AIs are crazy sometimes.
Yeah, they are.
I think it's too much for it to load.
Yeah, I think so, probably, yeah.
What the dev needs to do, because I was reading on it, whenever the more slots you use, the less NPC you need to use. He needs to change the amount.
Yeah, I know some of those NPCs were just going psychopath.
They even have 128 slots already.
Oh, wow, nice.
Imagine how that's going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Probably doubled.
Just with that now.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem is the AI.
Yeah.
You know, like look at Rage multiplayer. That's no AI, so that's why they can do 1,000 players with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the only thing good about this is that it's easily to mod servers because it's built in, it's integrated. It's kind of like Steam games with the workshop.
Mm-hmm.
But Rage, you got to do everything manual, which kind of sucks. Which is not a problem. I mean, I've done it before with other roleplay games. But it's not user friendly. Like this is user friendly. You just click the server, it takes you in, and boom, you're done.
Yep.
But yeah, they need a reboot, man. They need to take these walls out because it's getting annoying. Like surprisingly, I haven't had as many bugs. The only issue I had was when I was around the RPGs.
Yeah, that was messed up. I see all
Yeah,
that. Wow.
what the heck, bro? People are
shooting.
like, don't get me wrong. I seen people hacking many games, but like seriously,
Yeah, this is starting to look like what happened when Kingpin was big. Everybody was hacking and it got bad.
yeah.
We had one night that it was nothing but hackers and we couldn't even do anything.
Right.
We had to keep dealing with hackers.
Oh man.
Oh, what you do now?
Oh no. Go in the garage. All right, I'm flying out. Good luck.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
Have a good night.
You too. Yeah.
31 is 1042 down 7.
I see a lot of new names though, bro, which is good. Like I see it.
That other guy that was involved in that, whatever that situation was with PDM, is over here at Pillbox.
Charlie, do you need me to come get you?
No, I'm outside Pillbox.
There you are.
Hold on, bro. Shoot. I'm tired. Let me go do this real quick. Seriously, man? Come on. Why you gotta be so cheap on the gas?
User disconnected from your channel.
It's better than what it was.
Hey, you didn't leave. Hey, I was gonna say, gonna get mad. You didn't come say goodnight.
Oh, well, you know, I gotta come say goodnight. I can't just like leave everybody abandoned.
701 to any available LEOs.
Yeah, 1023.
Oh. Oh, perfect. Can you, hold on one second. This gentleman in the checkered shorts wants to talk to a cop, but unfortunately he can't hear anybody. And I'm trying to help him through that, but I don't... Oh, now he's gone.
Maybe he does like sign language?
No, he can't, he literally cannot hear me.
Well, that would be difficult.
Yeah, yeah, no sign language, no communication whatsoever, because, yeah, it's... Cannot hear me. But, he's looking for an LEO, so that's you.
Okay. So how did you find that out?
I don't know, intuition. He just kept looking around.
Gotcha.
And then, yeah. So, LEOs.
All right. Just because I kind of arrived in the scene kind of late as well. What's like just a brief summary, like what's going on?
I have no idea.
Oh, that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, I walked into it.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah. All I know is that I got a distress call and that's what I walked into. So yeah, I have no idea.
So the one not speaking, was that the one treated?
That's the one that I tried to treat, but he left, like he just left now. And then I ran over here and he was here.
Okay.
Hello?
So,
Hey, officer.
Is that you, sir?
oh, can
Yes,
you
sir.
hear us? Oh, yay.
Now, so I went to the car dealership to buy a car, and the guy there killed me and took. I lost all my money. I've been working hard to get this money, and now it's gone.
All right. So you're saying you've been robbed?
Yes, sir. I wasn't robbed, but he hit me, and then this lady got me up again.
Gotcha. Well,
It's interesting because you got hit pretty hard, and it was hard enough to probably jar your memory enough to not remember all of that.
I wasn't killed. I was just injured.
If I had to pick you up, then that means you were knocked out, and you would not be able to remember because most knocked out patients can't remember. In fact, all of them. I don't know. It's a phenomenon. Happens all the time in the city.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't remember then. Sorry. I was just making
That's
stuff
okay.
up.
Sometimes we have really crazy dreams when we're knocked out. It's
Well,
understandable.
Yeah, I have a little bit of schizophrenia, and then I hear people talking. Yeah, so but
I
it's
got you.
probably just that. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
no
have a
problem.
good one. Yeah, a lot of people have some interesting dreams when they get knocked out.
Especially today.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm glad that his hearing got fixed. And that's also not something that would be discussed in this area, so
Yeah.
that's why we're not acknowledging it, sir.
You know what? Let me clear up these barricades.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Oh God. I don't know if I'm clearing it up or not. Ooh, resource warning. Okay. Okay.
What's up, brother?
I think I got it all cleared up.
He was like, oh, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, and he went along with it. Schizophrenia and all.
He can stay.
All right. Did you try joining a different server?
Yeah, I joined one and now I'm trying to get back into the other one.
Okay.
And I think my game just completely froze up.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. I alt-tabbed out to see what was going on, and yeah, I'm stuck now. Can't get anything to pop up. What the heck? I just controlled, deleted, and it didn't do anything.
So I finally saw Aladdin not too long ago.
Nice.
And I don't know, it was weird. Like, it wasn't bad, but it was kind of weird.
Yeah, when they remake movies, it just makes them kind of
Yeah,
Medium, but that he would rather take.
Some of the singing kind of was disturbing.
Is it that bad?
Yeah, well, because you get so used to the original, just like Lion King movie. I was a little upset with some of the singing in there too. I'm so tired, bro. This past couple hours, I've been lazy. I ain't do nothing. Oh my god. I just like show up on scene, act like I'm doing something. Bro, it's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it's a freaking, it's like a real job, dude. And then it's even worse when you gotta arrest them. Oh man, I may not go there.
It looked bad enough just doing what you had to do.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like when you play regularly, it's okay. But when you're a cop, you gotta like know your extra commands on top of the regular commands, and then you have to like really know like procedure, like. But you have to learn it because you see how the people are, bro. If you react wrong, they're gonna take a gun out and shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
And dying, like I not once died today, which is good. I've been kidnapped once on a server, not like the other server where it's like, you see how like this one doesn't have that many robberies.
Mm-hmm.
People are getting robbed, but not always banks. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I like that. Like Kingpin was bank robbery, store robbery, and I was like really? Like, oh, 1090, same thing over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, I got kidnapped one time on Kingpin, and it was the weirdest thing. They didn't even say anything. They just said, get on the bike, and we took off. Like, okay, I was at Legion, I think. I was trying to get my car.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, these guys just came out of nowhere.
Wow.
Didn't say a word, and just put a gun to my back, and forced me onto their motorcycle.
Yeah, most of the time they just kidnap you because they need you for a bank heist. That's it. When they kidnap me at Kingpin, they always try to take our tasers.
These guys didn't even do anything. They just kidnapped me and they said not to say anything or anything like that. Like, okay, and at that time I was talking to Eridar and Alexis on Discord, and I was telling them what was happening, and they said we'll be there. And I didn't tell them where I was at because I couldn't tell you because I wasn't for sure. But because they wouldn't let me take out my phone or nothing, they said don't take out your phone or anything, so I couldn't look at the map or anything. I just told them I was on this 3-story, it was one of the garages. I can't get nothing to work on this thing, I might have to restart.
Yeah.
And I pre-installed that Gears Tactics too, so if you wanna, you can check that out. It's not available for a while, but...
Which one?
Gear Tactics. It's another Gears of War game.
Oh, Gear Tactics?
Mm-hmm.
That's...
You can pre-install it now too, so...
Oh, it's new?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's not been released yet, but it's going to be on the Xbox Game Pass, so...
Yeah.
I'm not sure when.
Now I see why, like... Role-playing is, it can get you exhausted. I've been playing on and off. Like, a lot of times, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I just go AFK. I'm gonna, hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, I've seen you go online
Yeah.
quite a bit, and
Yeah, like honestly, it's probably was always like, well, sometimes if I log into my Xbox for my son, so he can use my games, he can play my games on his Xbox, it still shows me playing that game even though I'm not playing it.
yeah. Yeah, I've seen you playing Fortnite a few times, like, you don't play Fortnite, what the heck's going on? I've seen that pop up a few times, like, what? Some of the games that I've seen being played on there. Like, okay, why are you playing that? I can't get this thing to even load. I can't even control delete it or nothing. Might have to do a hard reset. Restart.
Right, I'm gonna probably just go off duty for a second, kind of go over a few things with you, see if you're doing okay. Oh man, or we can, you know, let's see. The only thing is, though, is on this character I gotta behave. I might make another one, do something else, but it's a lot of work. Give me 1 second. All right. Let's see what we're gonna do here, guys. Okay. First, let's take out the vest. Okay, and then this should be all right, actually. Let's kind of get this all removed. All right, we'll do that. I don't know if I should have that around my torso.
I'm back. That was weird. That is that's cool.
Um. Let's see. Oh, I remember what I had to do now. Arms.
Discord.io/wanderingRP in capital letters.
To dispatch. Really big explosion. Somewhere over here. We're at Pillbox.
Gonzalez, are you at the desk?
Yeah, that's affirmative. I was just getting ready to clock out.
Temper.
Yeah, I think I pulled a little too much overtime. I don't want to get the government upset with me.
Gotcha.
Plus, I don't think the PD's gonna cover for therapy sessions.
They do.
You'd be surprised.
All right, sounds good. I'll be sure to make an appointment.
His name is Dr. Don.
Right. 593 is going to be 10:42. You guys have a good one.
Have a good one.
Oh, man. I still look like a cop. Oh, my car, my personal car. I need a different parking spot for it. Because now with the gate, it makes it difficult. You're still having issues getting in?
And now it's saying I'm not whitelisted for the server. What?
Oh, make sure you're joining the right one.
Wandering roleplay?
Yeah, let me get you an exact IP. Hold on, give me a sec. Even though it's a clean install, sometimes it can actually cause more problems.
Okay. Search. This one right here. There we go. Use direct connect. It works perfectly fine. That's weird. It was trying to connect me to the development server.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Like, that's not the one I want. And I just favored it too, and it wasn't even on my favorites. I was like, okay. Yeah, I had to look to figure out which button I had set up for the push to talk and everything in game, and I couldn't figure nothing out. I'm like, okay, none of it's working. And now I'm in.
Oh god, sorry.
Channel switched. See you soon. Microphone sound muted.
Ah, there you are.
In my car. It's still broken.
I'm gonna test it real quick. Alright, so for me, I noticed that it took a little longer to load. Even if nothing pops up, just make sure you don't move.
My car just got flipped on its roof.
Really?
Yeah, it's flipped up against the wall over there.
Wow.
It's right next to where your car is.
Oh, probably because I spawned mine.
Yeah, I can't. Okay, let's see if I can respawn it. Nope. It's completely glitched.
Dang. Here, try to get inside mine. Oh god, bro. Gonna try that one.
Nope.
You can't even get in?
Nope. I get in the trunk?
What the heck?
And of course I got the top view again.
Alright, do me a favor. Well, this sucks, you gotta keep your logging. Bro, I think the city just needs to reset, bro. Like, even me today, I had a lot of issues.
I actually died.
Well, there's 2 medics on, but,
Maybe just kill me and just let me completely die and I could... Maybe... Will I spawn in the hospital?
yeah, your best bet is either 1 or 2 things. 1, drowning yourself, or 2, just... Probably like, are you hungry or thirsty anytime soon?
Well, I'm not full screen, so I can't really tell. It's
Oh.
decided to put me not on full screen, which is... I don't know why. It told me my memory card was not... Or, yeah, my graphics card is not strong enough to play this game.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What the heck? It sounds like you need to configure some of your settings. Let's go to settings.
Says video memory exceeded. The selected settings require more video.
What's your video memory?
I got 8 gigabytes.
You got 8?
Mm-hmm.
And you're using all 8?
That's what it's saying. Please lower your settings.
Bro, I'm only using less than 2.
I know, that's what I was saying. Like, what the heck?
Something's not right, dude. Holy macro.
Okay, let's see. Graphics.
Alright, go to graphics. What DirectX version are you having?
11.
Okay. Resolution? Or whatever your data resolution is.
1080.
Okay. The next ones, these ones are kind of picky. If you want some anti-aliasing, but without it being so like resource hungry, just have FXAA on. Make sure MSAA is off and NVIDIA TXAA is off.
NVIDIA, I won't have that, I don't think, because it's not NVIDIA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, I'm only using 2,357 out of 8,000, so why is it telling me that?
Oh, then you're good, yeah. Okay, I thought you said you were using 8, and I'm like, wait, how?
That's what it was saying, yeah. When I went in there, that's what it said. The settings said that. And why is that thingy? That's what keeps popping up.
Yeah, what I would do personally, population density and population variety, and I would turn that down to 0. That's not gonna matter while you're playing FiveM anyway. Distance scaling, I probably put it in the middle. Texture quality. I mean, really, these next settings are personal preference, but it just depends on your setup. For the most part, shadows are ones you want to watch the most. I would definitely put your shader and shadow on normal. That way you kind of get like the Xbox version, but not to where it looks nasty, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then for reflection quality, put it on normal. Make sure reflection MSAA is turned off, because you're not going to really be looking at reflections that much in this game, trust me.
Yeah, you don't have time to.
Yeah. Grass quality, I would do very high or high. Very high and ultra is very hard to tell the difference, except ultra takes more resources. And then that's also personal preference, because some people like it on high, some people don't, because the less you have, the less grass is on the ground, and the more people try to hide in the grass, you can see them. Soft shadows, I do soft, but you can do whatever you want, really. Just don't go too high. Post effects, put it on normal. Anti-traffic, you can keep that on 16. And ambient occlusion, I usually turn it off, because that can cause issues. And then tessellation, it really just depends. Now your video memory, more than likely, you're not gonna pass it. Even my card, I don't pass it at all, bro. I'm literally at like 15% of my GPU or 20%.
Yeah, because
But the thing is, it's FiveM, so it's not the real GTA. So you gotta understand, you're running the game plus the client, and the client actually by default only runs at 60 hertz, so you are not gonna surpass that.
Yeah. And I actually I played this on my other card before, that 720, so if I could play it on that, I should be able to play it on a
Right.
gigabyte card.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when people buy cars, they get confused because they buy cars that have more VRAM, but they don't look at the clock speeds and shading speeds and memory clock speeds and core clock speeds and stuff. Yeah.
Actually,
That's like a processor.
so
You get one with more cores, but you don't get the core speeds.
I wonder if that could be the issue. I'm overclocking too. Sometimes does cause issues.
Yeah. Alright, so you're still in settings, right?
I just had to relog because
Oh, okay.
it wanted me to apply the settings. like it's supposed to.
Doing the Warhead Challenge.
Dang, the server's dying. 13 people left.
Yeah, it starts to slow down right about now. Honestly, around this time, I used to be the only one. Me and like one or two other people.
I think this would be the good time to do a restart because nobody's on.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad they didn't restart earlier, but I don't know. I'm gonna talk to the one dev whenever he gets on. He'll get on in a couple hours.
Yeah, they need to do something because right now it's.
Poor guy though, bro. He works his butt off. Literally, he like. If you really want to see what the server's doing, just go to click on the changelog under Discord. And look at that list of things this guy does, bro.
Yeah, I seen some of this that they were doing. Like, jeez.
Yeah, this guy. You know what? They're scripting, they're mapping, and they just put one sync on here. They're doing a lot, but it's just. It's FiveM. It's not perfect. It's gonna have problems. The server was running fine when it had 32, but now they changed it to the 64, which I don't mind it. There is slight FPS dropping, but not so much anymore. FiveM actually fixed the problem where too many players cause FPS drop. They actually fixed a lot of it, which is good.
Why is it on my screen or? It keeps launching it in auto mode.
Yeah. What I would do is run away from the area and then come back. I don't want you to get stuck again. I wish I got income tax, bro. Everybody be getting rich on income tax days. Must be nice.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I go fill in my W-2s. They look at me like, oh, how much did you make? I'm like, oh, well, All right, how you looking?
Finally. So far, it's working right now.
Yeah, I had that issue you had before, but I haven't had that in a while.
And of course, I had to park my car in like the scariest place ever.
Yeah, this is like straight hood.
Yeah. Parked in the ghetto.
Oh man, it kind of reminded me. I had a little flashback. So I followed my buddy one time. We have like an east side where I live, and then let's just say ghetto, bro. We're talking condemned homes, fights in the street with the kids and stuff. Like it was bad. We're driving in the middle of the night, and this dude had to get a flat tire. I'm like, dude, he was freaking out. It was so funny, bro.
Oh yeah, we had it. One time we were going to a bigger city.
Mm-hmm.
And we made a wrong turn and we ended up in a neighborhood where It was nothing but girl on the walls and everywhere. Like, I think we made a wrong turn. Luckily, we found this lady walking down the street, and she told us which way to go. And like, oh man, and we were scared. It was a big, it's a big city.
Oh yeah.
Capital state or capital city for this one state, and it was like, oh man, we were scared. It was crazy. And of course, we know that there's gangs and stuff in that state too, in city, so we were paranoid.
Alright.
Yeah, my game's still broken though. I can't get in my car still.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. We're gonna go ahead and get up out of here. Thank you so much for everything guys, and I'll catch you guys later.